Oh, well, everybody know who I want next. I want Terence Crawford next.
You're going to make that happen?
Huh?
You're going to make that happen?
Oh, definitely. That's the fight that I want. That's the fight everybody else want. Like I said, I'm going to get these straps and I'm going to go over there and take his shit too.
All right. Errol, congratulations. Terrific fight this evening.
Thank you, man. Now, strap season, y'all know what time it is, baby. Terrence, I'm coming for that motherfucking belt.
All right.
I'm not catching fades anymore. Gotta keep my hands clean when they come for the board. Keep it smooth like a dawn, making moves in the dark. Cause I learned how to swim in the pool full of sharks. Now they coaches, cause they can't read all his motions. How the kid never switch codes, but he codes with focus. Staring down your team with a frozen, ice cold look that could end the summer solstice. Cause I'm more like the top dog. Keep on running game in the gang will it cost y'all. I be calling plays from a plane while I'm off court. But we ain't the same, you a lame, I'm a mob star. Actually, I'm a top dog on a stat sheet. Off court, but I call plays for the athlete. Laughing when the cop cars try to catch me. Cause I rolled off in a taxi. Put my feet up, I'm relaxing. Singing Figaro with no accent. While I pour strings from the streets in. Do it all with a straight face, I'm the kingpin. Top dog, top flow, boss mode. I'm the kingpin. Showstopper, top dog, God vibe. I'm the kingpin. They know I'm a dog and a beast, man. Yeah, I keep the peace with a peace, man. I ain't got no time for a piece, man. Why would I respond to a pawn? I'm the... Hold up.
If I let my dogs off the leash, then you might want to get out of Dodge by the evening. Honestly, think it's not the blood and the beef. If they don't leave anything behind at the evening.
I can see you soft, ever thought about retreating. If you never have, then they'll give you a reason. Better watch your tone, lose your bass when you speaking. Underneath the mask is the wrath of a beast. When you learn how to smile in their face, then go cutthroat. Then they wanna call you a con when the blood cold. I remember starving while y'all had a truckload. Now I'm with the mob with the call and the gusto. I'm a top dog on a stat sheet. Off court, but I call plays for the athlete. Laughing when the cop cars try to catch me. Cause I rolled off in a taxi. Put my feet up, I'm relaxing. Singing Figaro with no accent. While I pour strings from the streets in. Do it all with a straight face, I'm the kingpin. Top dog, top flow, boss mode. I'm the kingpin. Showstopper, top dog, God vibe. I'm the kingpin.
Yolanda, what's going on, Queen? What's happening? What is going on? What's going on? I hope everybody had a great weekend. You know what I'm saying? I've been pretty busy myself. You know what I'm saying? Out here trying to make this money. Y'all know how that is. And, you know what I'm saying? We're not a whole lot of huge, big fights going on. So, you know, that kind of helped because, you know, when you had the pressure of a big fight coming up, you know what I'm saying, you want to prepare for it. And, you know, I like to go live during the big fights or the fights that, you know, we are interested in. You know what I'm saying? 9 times out of 10, if you got a fight on the zone, you really don't want to see it. You know what I'm saying? Even though, you know what I'm saying, I do like Zurdo, but after his performance with Demetrius Bivol, you know what I'm saying, you could tell. I mean, you kind of already knew that his roster, you know, his resume was kind of built up and everything. But, you know what I'm saying, you know, after that performance with Bivol, you know, I really wasn't too interested in seeing what Zurdo was going to do. But, you know, he ended up improving, you know what I'm saying, under Malik Scott. Malik Scott is becoming a really a name in boxing because he's making these fighters better. And I really wish Deontay Wilder would have had more time with him to kind of, you know what I'm saying, give him a little bit more, you know, so his camps and his skills could kind of transfer to Wilder. I think if he just had a little bit more time with Malik Scott, maybe a couple more training camps, he could have beat Tyson Fury. But, you know, he helped Zurdo, you know, saying turn his career around at cruiserweight. And, you know, saying he went in there and he boxed the hell out of Joe Smith. But, it was, Joe Smith came on late, and, you know what I'm saying? But, Zurdo, he got the win. He got the, not too many people like really into cruiserweight. But it's what's happening, right now. It's what happened this weekend. You had Leigh Woods also beat Josh Warrington, which is a dude I can't stand. I hate Josh Warrington because he just skipped all the damn weights, and he never fought nobody. He tried to go around Gary Russell, and what I'm saying, and still try, just try to block him out. And I just never looked at him as a legit champion. He beat Carl Frampton. And those guys, if you're into the little guys like that, say if Josh Warrington and Carl Frampton, they went around Gary Russell Jr. That's why I never really acknowledged them dudes, because I don't look, they're strategic fighters. And that was a pretty good little wrap up. But we'll finish up with Zurdo and Joe Smith. Joe Smith, he's a hard punching dude. He's a brawler. He's the dude that knocked Bernard Hopkins' ass up out of the ring. This is not Bernard ass right into the front row. But of course, Bernard was like 50 years old at the time. But, Bernard, he's kind of asked for it, what I'm saying? You kind of, with his mouth and shit, you kind of like to see, him get knocked into the front row because, he talk a little bit too much. He's slick with his mouth, and at one time he could back it up. He was the man when he was, but as you get older, you see these older champions. You just want them to shut up because you start seeing a real personality. And it's like, man, it's like, damn. You know what I'm saying? It's like, just be quiet, bro, and train. You know what I'm saying? Because once they start hating on these new guys, and really the new guys ain't even new anymore. They are older guys now. They're starting to get, people like Terence Crawford, Errol Spence Jr., so these guys are getting retirement age now. And if you look at it the way the Bernard Hopkins and, Andre Ward, so they, anytime they get any harsh criticism, it's from these guys, especially Lights Out Tony. He don't never have nothing good to say about nobody. And it's just you just kind of want them to be quiet, and just kind of like move on, so they never give like a really tacit assessment of these fighters. It's like, just say something. If you can't say nothing positive, bro, or if you're going to say something negative, just don't act like these guys don't have the ability to fight. They wouldn't be where they are if they didn't. And, we'll get into the Jermell Charlo thing, because all the crying, and they like, when it comes to black fighters, they like really like to humiliate, go behind the scenes. They don't do that for all the other fighters, It's just the PBC fighters. They like to add like that little extra element of humiliation, and because there's a lot of vitriol between the black community and all the other communities. There's a lot of vitriol when it comes to boxing, right? But they never talk about, how long and the strategic planning it goes before these guys even try out the fights that we want. They make sure that they get the advantages, right? Like, for instance, for years and years, we want to see the Terence Crawford, Errol Spence Jr. fight, right? But then the activity level, when Errol Spence Jr. is active, he can't get the fight. But then, after, years of planning and strategic planning, when we get the fight, yeah, you can always win a fight like that because, you prepared and you took years to prepare and you planned for this one moment in time. When, when you're a fighter, you're supposed to be always ready to go. And you're supposed to be fighting, as that guy is active. Stop looking for the advantages in these fights, because it takes years and years, and you're already strategizing just to fight one fight to get by. So it just leaves a bad taste in my mouth when I see, a Canelo fight, Jermell Charlo, 16-month layoff and off an injury. So, we'll get into it. But this Zurdo thing, for him to come out and box Joe Smith, that's not a big deal because we saw Dimitri Bivol do it. We Beterbiev just knocked his ass out. Joe Smith, he's a tough dude, but he ain't like, he ain't like no like total elite guy. He just a guy that could crack, and Zurdo, so I am surprised that he was able to go out there and box Joe Smith. I would have thought that Joe Smith would have went out there and banged him up out of there. You know what I'm saying? Because he do got that power. Joe Smith do got that power, man. And but Zurdo, what I'm saying, he's trying to get back into the game. I think he's done with 175. He said somebody's legs, what I'm saying, was just too weak at 175. And you could see it in the Bivol fight. What I'm saying? Bivol was just, toying with Zurdo. And I thought that was going to be a really, really great fight. And it just came, he just came out like, he just wasn't in the same league with Bivol. I don't know if it was the weight or, he just, Zurdo was just eating too many hamburgers, too many, tacos, whatever it is. He just, he's doing better at cruiserweight. So he might be, under Malik Scott, he might be a little bit handful up at cruiserweight. But, that's not like a glamour division and nothing like that, because people don't really, care about the cruiserweight division. There's just certain divisions that people, the boxing fans don't really watch. That's like the super lightweight guys, the 115 pounders, the 122, pounds. Only the hardcore watch stuff like that and keep up with the champions at those weights. 130, people really don't watch the Josh Warrington, Leigh Wood weights. Only hardcore fans watch those kind of fights and things like that. So the boxing public or the casuals, they don't really care about that stuff. Mr. AMG says facts. A lot of old black men. What's going on, Mr. AMG and Rome, the plug? What's going on? He said facts. A lot of older black men in general often hate on the younger generation. Yeah, you get tired of it, bro. You get, you get so tired, especially when it comes from Bernard Hopkins, who, he to me, he speaks like Trump. He just talks in these weird, stream of conscious type riddles. Like, it just, you never know when his sentence is gonna end. And he's putting prepositions with pronouns and you don't know what the object or the subject is, And he's just talking in these weird phrases and stuff, and it's like, and he's trying to sound, so intelligent. He is intelligent. I ain't really, he ain't no dumb guy. It's just that he's always trying to talk slick and it comes off kind of awkward at times, But he know what he be doing, He knows what he be doing. He be trying to talk sideways, especially when he's trying to come at somebody. Because he's got under a lot of the announcers like what's his name? Not Jim Lampley, but what's his name? Larry Merchant. He used to get Larry Merchant all the time with that bullshit. And now that he's retired, he's just coming off like a bitter old dude, and just using his power. Just to talk reckless, man. So it's like, man, it's like, please, bro, don't be Oscar De La Hoya puppet, a guy that you stopped. And it's just weird that you working for a dude that you beat up in the ring. There's a lot of, just a lot of, when you see, it's kind of like seeing Joe Louis, be the greeter at a Las Vegas casino, when he was the headliner, when he was once the heavyweight champion of the world. Just to see these guys, this is where they end up. It's like, where's your money at, bro? Get away from that kind of shit. Don't be up under the people that that you once, were the star, over, Bernard Hopkins was to me, was a bigger star than, or a better fighter than Oscar De La Hoya. So, for him to end up working for him, it's just, I don't know. It's just, I'm just an older generation guy. To me, it's just a bad look. So what's going on, Mr. Moet in the building? So, this wasn't one of the most exciting fights. I don't think it really, drew a large crowd, but if you're a hardcore boxing fan, Zurdo, versus Joe Smith was just a pretty good dust up for that for the cruiserweight division. And, it has no bearing. But he says he wants to rematch with Dimitri Bivol. And I think it'll be the same results because I just think Dimitri Bivol is on another level. I think he's just that skilled. And I think people want to see Dimitri Bivol rematch Canelo. Or I think they want to see him go ahead and get with Beterbiev. They want to see, because think about it. We never seen a dude that's got 100% knockout ratio. That shit is crazy. He's got 100% knockout ratio, and not too many people are talking about it. That means every time he goes into the rings, somebody's getting knocked out. You know what I'm saying? He's going to knock out every opponent that comes into the ring. This guy's probably closer to 40, you know what I'm saying, than anybody I've ever seen, and he's still operating at a high level like that. Which, you know what I'm saying, you know what I think, you know what I'm saying? It's like, come on now. Unless you're just in the gym 24 hours a day, and you eat nothing but lettuce and spice ham or some shit like that, how, come on now. You 39, you got 100% knockout rate. I don't know. Maybe he was just born, different. You know what I'm saying? Maybe he's one of them ice giants from Asgard or something. I don't know. I mean, that dude is, so, but I would be interested to see how Dimitri Bivol will do against him. I do think that Victor Conte needs to be up out of boxing. You know what I'm saying? They still going to get access to banned substance without it, but I just think it's messing up the whole game. I think it's cheating a lot of guys. If you're in boxing today and you doing it natural, bro, like, Paulo Malignaggi kind of shed light on it. If you are doing it natural, bro, you are taking a huge risk, because right now these fighters, you know what I'm saying, they taking these shortcuts, and like look at the Canelo Alvarez fight. He didn't even sit down, bro. He didn't even sit down. He stood up in his corner during the break. Canelo didn't even sit down, bro. And this nobody said nothing. Nobody said nothing. This man stood up the entire fight. We know Canelo, even when he was 20-something, he had stamina problems. Even when he was 20-something years old, he had stamina problems, bro. He stood up the entire fight against Jermell Charlo. Come on now. I guess we're just supposed to be stupid up here. But anyway, getting back to, Zurdo, that was a good win for him. It was just surprised everybody that, Malik Scott could get him to box like this, slipping, catching punches, pivoting. He was doing all that, man. And, good for Zurdo, you know what I'm saying? But I don't think he has a huge black fan base. You know what I'm saying? Not a lot of people are interested in Zurdo like that. I've been watching him for a long time. And, he's doing really well. He's boxing really good right now. But moving on to Leigh Woods. What's going on? What's going on, that holy boy? Leigh Woods, man, that was a good fight with Josh Warrington. And the crazy thing about Josh Warrington, man, the speed that he has is crazy, man. But he has no power. He has zero power. He was putting hands on Leigh Woods. I'm telling you, he was going to his body. A couple of times he might have shot Leigh Woods, but the dude hits like a whipper ball bat or something. You know what I'm saying? Just like, you have to hit you about 115 times to like really get some result. And he was hitting Leigh Woods, and I'm like, damn, Josh is getting in some really good shots. But the thing is, the dude just has no power. He has zero power. And Leigh Woods was eating them shits, and Josh got the quicker hands, and it was a good fight because Leigh was just trying to time him. Leigh got way more power than Josh Warrington. Now, you know what I'm saying? And I saw him, just hitting him, just timing him as he came in. But Josh, he was just going all out from round 1 to round 5. Josh was just getting in his ass, right? But it had no effect on Leigh Woods, right? Because Leigh Woods was just timing him as he was coming in. And so around about round 7, that's when you saw Josh Warrington slow down just for a tad. I mean, he came off the ropes. You know how it is. He just got tired. You know what I'm saying? And, Leigh Wood caught him with a short goddamn chopping right hand on the inside. And it was all she wrote. You know what I'm saying? Because after that, Leigh Wood just came back with a right-left combination going. I'm talking about just busting Josh's ass up. And I just was like, damn, how did this fight turn around so damn fast? That's what they call front running. So that was like Zab Judah versus Mayweather. If you saw how he caught Josh coming in, you know what I'm saying? He was just done, bro. After he caught him with that short that short right on the inside, he was hurt. And Leigh Woods just went to town with the left right hooks. And I don't even think he threw a jab in there at all, bro. He just wiped him out. And he went down, he couldn't get up. And I don't know if anybody know these guys who Leigh Wood. I'm pretty sure you guys do. But these are, Leigh Woods is an English guy, fought Lee Shelby and some of these, no-name guys over there. But I'm glad he knocked out Josh Warrington. That's all I can say. I'm not a big Leigh Wood fan or nothing like that. There's certain fighters that skipped Gary Russell Jr. and them lightweights that I'm glad to see him. I'm glad to see him lose. You know what I'm saying? I'm glad to see him go. Josh Warrington being one of them, because he would take years and years before he fight a fight. He won't fight the top guy. He'll try to go fight somebody, that he think he could beat. He'll skip around everybody. And I was just so tired of that guy, and I'm glad Leigh Wood beat him. He don't want to get beat by no black guys. I tell you that right now. He don't want to get beat by no black guys, So he skipped all around. He'll skip all around them, So, he got beat by Leigh Wood. I guess he can accept that. So I'm just glad his name shouldn't be coming up anytime soon, But we're going to move on to Jermell Charlo. Jermell, what's going on, my brother? The crying, okay, because you didn't have any emotions, say, well, I ain't going to say you ain't have any emotions, but what did we see? What did we see? You went in there. You didn't commit to the jab, bro. You didn't commit to no punches, maybe one or two. You're supposed to be, a lion. What I saw, man, I just didn't see the spirit, man. It's like you went in and it's like you laid down for Canelo. And of course, now I'm not saying that I know Canelo be on that juice, and I know them punches be like bazookas in there when he goes off, because he don't have to throw many. Canelo never had power like that, y'all. We watched Canelo his whole career. And as he get older, his power increases. His stamina seemed to be increasing, but nobody says nothing. This man stood up for 12 rounds, and then all his fan base told me, he looked like the young Canelo. He looks like the old Canelo. No, the old Canelo got tired, bro. He gassed out. What the hell are they talking about? Canelo never was like that. So the older these guys are getting, the better performances they're putting on. They're getting faster. They're getting quicker. They're getting more power. It's like, bro, we got to do something about this in boxing, because it's messing up the true legacies of these fights. He says, the first time I see, that attaboy, he stood up for 12 whole rounds, bro. And he was just talking to the other people like, what's up? What you want to do after this, man? You want to go play some golf after this? In between. Bro. So if you assume that he roided up for the fight, he don't have to hit you with but a couple of them things, because you don't want to feel it. You don't want to feel that kind of power. Somebody who can bench a half a ton, who could bench a half a ton, who could lift a half a car, the front end of a car, hold that bitch for a day or two. It's like, bro, we got to stop this steroid stuff. And they know that's what it is, but they want to gaslight us and act like, we don't know what's going on. And this man is standing up for 12 rounds, throwing haymakers. Now, do yourself an experiment. Do yourself an experiment. Go into the front room, look into the mirror, and throw about 8 haymakers back to back. Or even take a break and just throw about 5 or 6 punches with all of your might and see how you feel. But now think about Canelo throwing hard punches the whole fight, bro. I'm talking about haymakers, right? Then you got to walk the guy down. As Jermell, he didn't even make it seem like, he was trying to win the fight. So, Mayweather came to Jermell Charlo and told him the most obvious thing that we all knew. He's like, bro, you didn't commit. You didn't commit to the jab to open up the right hand. So I'm just like, bro, come on now. So that just led me to believe is what do these guys' boxing IQs really are? What is it? Just that he was in survival mode, and you can't think, you know what I'm saying, when you think you're going to get knocked out, you know what I'm saying, kind of like a Mikey Garcia. They keep comparing this fight to Mikey Garcia and Errol Spence Jr., right? So they saying that's why Canelo couldn't get the knockout, because he was in survival mode. That goes against the Lions only code. That's all I'm saying. You know, what is the boxing IQ? I mean, I've seen Jermell in there, you know what I'm saying, against Castano. I've seen him in there against Rosario. I've seen him in there against some tough opposition. So what was it that was different with Canelo that, you know what I'm saying, you're not willing to go out on your shield? It's that goddamn steroid. It's that steroid power. You know what I'm saying? Because when Canelo hits you to the body, you know what I'm saying, and he's throwing them haymakers. And another thing is, how can you load up and hit a fighter? You know, I mean, y'all know what I'm saying. Like, you know, by the time you load up, you're supposed to be gone, bro. You shouldn't be able to cock back and hit that. That's why I thought it was like a fixed fight, because Canelo be throwing shit from, you know, the back of his waist, his kidneys in the back. He be throwing shit like that, hooks from way back like that. And I'm just like, bro, how in the world is he connecting with these hooks? You know, why Jermell didn't even come forward and try to get in between those shots? That's why I thought it was a dive. But people keep saying like, well, Canelo got the power, he got the size and all this. But I saw Kell Brook, you know what I'm saying, fight Triple G better than Jermell fought Canelo. And Canelo don't have the activity level, you know what I'm saying, of a Triple G. You know, Triple G, you know what I'm saying, he got all kind of activity. He's throwing jabs, he's in your face, he's cutting off the ring, you know what I'm saying, he's really trying to destroy you. You know, Canelo just casually, you know, he's casual, you know, he don't throw a lot of jabs, you know what I'm saying, he don't throw a lot of you know, stuff to discourage you from coming in. But Jermell just seemed like he was like, you know, the cowardly lion. You know what I'm saying? That's what it looked like to me. And I was just like, what's going on? Why is he so scared to throw a jab, bro? I mean, but it's that power, that steroid power is real, bro. It's like when he hits you, it shuts everything down, because the dude got that extra steroid strength. And nobody's trying to deal with that shit, man. You know, they need to cut this juicing out of the sport. You know, Canelo wouldn't have probably I told him, man, he probably wouldn't have took this fight. He probably wouldn't have took this fight if you know, say he didn't have access to all that stuff. And it just kind of sickens me to where the sport is going, man. It's like this dude didn't even throw that many punches and shut Jermell Charlo down. I mean, then the knockdown was just, that was special. You know, Jermell just hung out on the ropes and let that happen. He didn't even seem like he was winded. So if you're not winded, how in the hell? What's going on, Clarence? What's going on? What's going on? He says, yo, he says, salute my brother, Pool kind of boxer, preach, brother. So I'm just like, I'm not convinced, man, that Canelo is a big star. I think he's a cheater, and I think he gets paid to cheat and win. You know what I'm saying? That's just what I think about him. All his fans, they could go to hell. You know what I'm saying? It's like, you know, they're so happy that he finally beat Jermell Charlo. But look how they don't talk about how he did it. They don't talk about all the years of manipulation and planning, you know what I'm saying, running away from 168. They don't want to see him in a fair fight. They don't want to see Canelo in a fair fight. They don't want to see him. They always hope that he has the advantage, you know what I'm saying? He's finally starting to challenge the Charlos and stuff with 16 months off. And, you know what I'm saying, long as he has that, you know what I'm saying? Y'all know what I mean? It's like long as they are active in that same weight, they'll never get to fight, because that's too close for comfort. It's too close for comfort. Now they're going to use this to say that these guys were never in his league. You know, that's the sickening part of it, of boxing. The truth is never the truth. You know what I'm saying? It's like, no, you should have been fighting David Benavidez, people in your own weight class. You know, Jermell talking about he dared to be great. He didn't dare to be great because he didn't even try. And that's the total opposite of what we thought Jermell Charlo was all about. And now it's just kind of like, You know, damn, bro. You know, it's kind of like as a brother, you know what I'm saying, that wanting to see this fight, you know what I'm saying, this man has ducked you for years. And we just didn't see it. You know, you know, to me, I just wish we had a black PED lab scientist who could make undetectable steroids for our fighters. You know what I'm saying? Because now that they've beat the rules so they can take whatever they want to take, now they're taking on challenges. See, it's always got to be that advantage thing. 2 weights, you know what I'm saying, 16 months off, hurt hand, you know what I'm saying? Now you get to fight from Canelo. But this always has been his MO. And his fans love it. They just ignore all of it. They ignore all of it. You know, this man is not going to fight you on your best day. He's just not going to do it. You know what I'm saying? He's going to fight the worst version that he can find out there. And his fans are going to sit back and troll off that. They're going to sit back and troll. 'Cause I get all kind of comments, you know, about how Jermell just never was this and never was. That's like, man, it's like, are these people kidding me? Are they kidding me? And it's just, you got to deal with it, man. That shit is like, it's frustrating. It's like, man, we finally getting the fights, but it's under these circumstances. And then a lot of people's like, he never was going to win. What are you talking about? He never was going to win. Well, goddamn, you know, so not what's, you know, Canelo on steroids and shit. He getting all this time to take steroids, standing up between rounds and not even gassing out. And it's like, bro, it's like, I don't know, man. I don't even know what to say. It's just like, to me, it's just disgusting. The boy says, I think he saw Canelo was walking through everything, and he threw everything he threw, and he felt Canelo power. And Mel made the executive decision. I think you're right. He just laid down. I think he laid down. And I think because I've seen a couple of times where he hit Canelo, and like you said, you know, Canelo took it and kept walking forward. And I'm just like, bro, you know what I'm saying? You got to do what you did to Castano. You got to go all out, bro. You know what I'm saying? Don't, you know what I'm saying? Don't just, you know, do like he looked like Caleb Plant. And he looked like Caleb Plant. This don't tell people nothing, man. Canelo is a little steroid monster, bro. It's like, we got to stop this, bro, before somebody get hurt in boxing. And see, he be throwing the way he be throwing. He be trying to really hurt you up in there, man. You know, he be like really trying to hurt you. Now, all of a sudden, he got one punch, you know what I'm saying, building, breaking abilities. And people just like, yeah, that's Canelo. You know what I'm saying? That's Canelo. He just got too much power for that weight class. But when he goes up and get his ass whipped by, and Beterbiev just handles him like he ain't nothing. Well, Canelo wasn't feeling good that day. You know, Canelo, he was daring to be great. You know, he went up to a higher weight class. You know, so, you know, he beat the Crusher. When he knocked out the Crusher, you know what I'm saying, they thought, okay, he's good for that weight. You know what I'm saying? So they just make the adjustment. They suspend their belief. He's kind of like a comic book character. You know, like sometimes Superman can lift the goddamn planet. Sometimes he get his ass beat by one woman. And you're just like, what's going on? Where's the consistency here? You know what I'm saying? Where's the consistency? You know what I'm saying? It's just with Canelo, he carries his own little reality. And it's like, to me, it just kind of sucks for boxing, man, because this dude gets to do what he wants while everybody else got to abide by the rules. You know, he can switch weight classes. He could pull you up weight classes. He can avoid the fights in his own weight class where he's undisputed. And to me, that's just that, you know, they should strip him just like they stripped Jermell Charlo of the WBO. I think Canelo should be stripped for not fighting David Benavidez. I think he should be stripped for not fighting David Morrell Jr. He should be stripped of those belts. The WBA should strip him. You know what I'm saying? The WBC should strip him, but you know that's not going to happen because they're all inside Canelo pockets. That's not going to happen. He says, the other boy says, seem like these fighting nowadays doesn't happen. Yeah. I'm like, what? I'm like looking in the ring, and I don't know, I think I covered it live. And I was just like, bro, I was so disappointed. I was like, man, you know, you walk around here for years with your chest out, and you talk about, you know, that you're a lion, and you know how lions move, right? They don't give a fuck. Even if they're going to lose, they're going in ferocious. They're going in hard. You know what I'm saying? They're going to go in there fighting. Sometimes it'd be like you know, 2 or 3 lions on one. That lion fighting, man. And it's like, I didn't see none of that, bro. Change your brand, bro. Change your brand now. And that's how I felt during that fight. That's like, especially when you talk about Mexican against Black Americans, you know what I'm saying? That's a rivalry. You know what I'm saying? We saw Chavez versus Sweet Pea. You know, we saw that. You know, we saw, you know, that was a robbery. You know what I'm saying? Because Sweet Pea beat him easy. You know what I'm saying? He beat him easy. So anytime we see these rivals, you know what I'm saying, we want to see a good fight. We want to see, even if you lose, you know, we want to see the spirit. You know what I'm saying? We want to see you do your best. And man, from what I saw in Jermell, it just went against everything we thought about him. So that's why I was so disappointed. It was just like, bro, so the criticism, I think, is deserved. You know, he was so cordial with Canelo, and oh God, bro, I was just like, what's going on? Yeah, I mean, he was just too cordial with Canelo, and we were saying through the All Access, he was spending time with his kid during the training camp, going back and forth. I was like, bro, I was just like, man, what we got going on here? You know, oh, it's all about the kids. You got to spend time with the kids. I was like, bro, get out of here. Now we got Jermell talking about fighting Canelo. I was like, I'm not even looking forward to that fight. I'm not looking forward to it. You know what I'm saying? Because I think it's going to be more of the same shit, especially with Jermell coming off a goddamn 2.5 year layoff. You know what I'm saying? It's like, I mean, I think he's talking about fighting Jose Beterbiev. I think that's going to be a challenge for him coming off that much time off. You know, Jose Beterbiev, you know, he can fight, but he old. He done got old in the game. But as far as his ability, you know what I'm saying, coming up from 147, fighting Terence Crawford, you know, saying to come into this fight, to fight with Jermell. I think he just lost to Danny Garcia. So for him to go from losing Danny Garcia, he definitely should lose to Jermell Charlo. But you know, Jermell Charlo coming off a goddamn 3-year, 2.5 year layoff. That's gonna be a challenging fight for Jermell. You know, I think, you know, I'm no longer can I put him in the elite class with that much time off, and then he almost losing to that Spanish dude. God damn. I mean, well, I ain't gonna say almost lose, but he looked bad. He looked bad in his last one. He won, but Jesus Christ, you know, he's gonna have to prove that he's an elite fighter again. You know, but if Canelo gives him that fight, it's just like, what's going on in boxing, bro? Why don't you just fight the dudes in your weight class? You got a bunch of big fights. You know, fight the dudes in your weight class, bro. Stop trying to look for an easy win. Stop looking for people coming off layoffs. You know, stop looking for an advantage in fights. I'm so tired of this, man. It's like, and then you're gonna sell your name. See, you know, these are the guys you've been avoiding. Now now that you see that these guys have had layoffs, now you want to run, you know, just like you did Cotto. You know, just like you did Cotto, just like you did all the legends and how you build your name. You know what I'm saying? You're always looking for these advantages, bro. You never fight nobody when they're active. You know what I'm saying? You never fight nobody who's on a winning streak. That's why I can't stand that dude, man. I can't stand him. You know? Don't like it. I think your boy Terence Crawford, he wants to fight Canelo. And this is, you know, this is what he did on Twitter. Tell me some laugh out loud. What y'all thoughts on Canelo saying he can make a fight with a Spence at 160? But for me, he says, I can't make the weight. Wouldn't make a difference, just the thought. So, and here, I think, according to boxing, you know, saying, and he says the truth about Canelo versus Crawford. He says, so not only did Canelo did not have an issue with fighting Errol Spence Jr. coming up to fight him from 147, he also willing to come down from 168 to meet him. Well, you know, Terence Crawford must be thinking because he beat Errol Spence Jr., he became a star. And I think that's a problem. I think Crawford. He wants a big fight. He don't want to do the rematch because he knew so. He knew. I don't know if he heard about the rib injury that Errol Spence Jr. suffered. There's a lot of stuff coming out about that bad camp. You know what I'm saying? I don't know why Errol Spence Jr. keep getting injured in his camps. Maybe because I think they go all out in their camps. I think they like really fight like they in a real fight when they spar. And because he had the eye injury, he had the eye injury against Manny Pacquiao, which kind of messed that fight up. And now he got a rib injury, and he went through with it, and he got Falun, right? So, what's really going on? Saying is Terence Crawford just want big bags. Saying I don't think he wants to fight a fair fight. Look at the loose gloves. His gloves never attached for some reason. Go back his last 2-3 fights. You'll see his glove is the little string that closes your hand. That shit is cut, bro. His hands is always he's always got a goddamn loose ass glove. I'm just tired of the cheating in boxing. And then these guys, his fan base, saying they really wants to, they really want to say act like this is real. When you got a PED scientist in your goddamn corner. So if you need all that to win, bro, you can have it. If you need all that, why can't you just train like everybody else? You saw your boy Eubanks do a whole turnaround. Did a whole 180, or 380, and with 4 weeks with Bomac. So I don't know what kind of spaghetti sauce they got going over there. It's like something, whatever he got some good shit over there. Because Eubanks, his stamina, everything just went up. He was able to win his fight. And we know Eubanks, he is not that caliber of boxer, but all of a sudden he's done turned it around. So to me, Bomac, either he's trainer of the year or he's PED peddler of the year. It's something going on over there in that camp right now. And I'm wondering if that's going to affect Stevenson too. I don't know what they own or what it is, but it's look like Bomac is he's the catalyst of it. That Adelbo says Mill and the camp told too much of their game plan during the interviews and gave Canelo the blueprint on what cocktails to take or how to beat him. Well, it was really only one way. It was only one way because, you're not going to really fight a steroid monster on the inside. And Jermell, he didn't mix it up enough. Like Mayweather said, he didn't commit to the jab, to release the right hand enough. He was elusive, but it looked like he was running. And then he getting stuck on the ropes and letting Canelo tee off. He's a boxer. He knows how the fight was going, but was he in survival mode? Was he scared? He looked at most of the shots. He saw them coming. Is Canelo so dominant that you just can't do nothing about it? Mayweather never worried about Canelo power. And they said the same thing about Canelo and Mayweather. Mayweather just went in there, jab, moved, ducked, committed to the jab, even had Canelo on the ropes. But his speed is different than Jermell Charlo. Jermell Charlo, I'm thinking about his boxing IQ. That's what I'm thinking about. Like, bro, you can't think your way through this fight. Canelo ain't so dominant. And plus, they're peers. So it's not like Canelo's skill level is just so above Jermell Charlo. That's what I'm trying to understand. Like, bro, how did you get intimidated? What Canelo. Y'all came up during the same era. Y'all been fighting the same length of time. And so what happened? So I only thing I could think is that those steroid punches, man. This dude is probably lifting about 1,000 pounds in the gym. I seen what he was squatting one day. I was like, this dude here, man, is ridiculous. With the juice, man. They got to stop it. And I really think that's what it is. You know what I'm saying? As long as he has the ability to don't have to worry about the test, shit, he could go all out. This motherfucker's Super Dragon Ball Z up in there, man. He says, I give Mel a partial pass on because of him jumping up 2 weight classes, not actually getting acclimated to the weight. Yeah, that's a good point, But I think Jermell is athletic enough. We saw Duran do it. Go up. Not that, he skipped 140, went to 147, but he was able to have an effect on, Sugar Ray Leonard, right? So it can be done, but I just don't think Canelo hit like that. I don't think he hit not naturally, and I think that's the problem for me, is that Jermell, he knows better. I think he just went for the bag, bro. I don't know, man. I'm just so damn disappointed in him. Saying that he didn't go out there and give a better effort. 'Cause I think of him. I think he had one of the hardest undisputed runs, if you think about it, in boxing. So that there's respect there to become undisputed champion at 154. He did not seem like an undisputed champion. I didn't see none of the experience. I didn't see none of the heart. I didn't see none of it, bro. He just looked like a dude that was in there to get paid. And that's what really bothered me. I'm just like, bro, you didn't represent Lions only. You represented a dude that was in there to get paid and get in and get out, get in. And you saw it in the lead up. You saw it in the all access. And I said, man, he's just being too nice. What's going on? Why is he being so respectable and all this? And I'm like, man, the whole thing just kind of got up under my skin, man. I was like, we need to get that old Jermell Charlo. And I was saying it up to the lead of the fight. And I don't know, he just disappeared. He just turned into a totally calm, laid back guy. He turned into a nice guy. And, when you turn into a nice guy, it's like, you're not going to be rough in the ring. You're not going to go in there and throw illegal punches. They even called that low blow that Canelo threw a clearly legal shot. So when it comes to the Charlos, they're not going to get the benefit of the doubt. They already know they're not going to get the extra rounds against Canelo. Canelo got the political clout. He got everything else that's going on for him. So I just don't get it, man. Why didn't he just go in there like Kell Brook and crash out? Crash out. You ain't got nothing to lose. It's like you ain't got no belts to lose. So why not give it your best effort? So I don't know. It just kind of got by me, man. Those are, I like the Charlos, but they got that side to them, man, where they willing to sell out, bro. They got that side where they're willing to sell out. And I see how happy Jermell is. You get a fight with Canelo, it's life-changing money. So, just to get the opportunity to go in there and get your script, after you sign up, it just, I just hate it for the sport. I just hate it for the sport. Mr. AMG says Arab be sparring with bigger guys who hit harder. Yeah, I believe that too. But he gonna have to take it easy, Mr. AMG. He gonna have to take it easy. Because, getting hit by them big guys, I know Errol walks around a lot bigger, but shit, your ribs are still your ribs. And, so you got to leave something for fight night. You got to leave something for fight night. Can't just go in there and go all out against these big dudes, because one wrong punch, can put you out of action. So, I don't know. They got to change some things over there at the Errol Spence Jr. camp. And by the way, where is Errol Spence Jr.? He didn't even go to that fight. He didn't go, when we watched it live, I didn't see Errol Spence Jr., anywhere. And maybe it's because he's still dealing with the questions, and he didn't want to answer none of those questions that they had, for, after that loss to Terence Crawford. So maybe he just didn't want to deal with none of that. And maybe it's just a confidence. Maybe he's trying to just rebuild. I hear he's back in training. I don't know, if Derek James can come up with a different game plan, but you know what I'm saying, if he's back with Blu-ray, that's probably about most of the problem right there, because his conditioning was horrible for that fight. And if he had the rib injury on top of that, you know what I'm saying, it's like it's no wonder why Terence Crawford got in his ass like that. So, for the next fight, you know what I'm saying, if you got Blu-ray in his corner, and you know what I'm saying, he might be able to go out there and do what he do, make it do what it do. But I think really it almost like resets everything, because we know that he wasn't 100%. We know he wasn't 100% for that fight. So for me, it kind of resets everything. I know Terence Crawford and his fans want to say it was a skill difference. I know that's what they want to say, but clearly there was a skill difference when you don't have access to your legs, when you're not feeling good. Yeah, there's a skill difference, because this man is not 100%. The man went out there and he was able to do what he wanted to do. So, against somebody who's not feeling good, you know what I'm saying, or who don't have access to all his faculties. He says, honestly, I think no matter which Charlo brother would have had fought Canelo, the first result would have been the same, because I think Canelo's style is a bad matchup for both Charlo brothers. Yeah, I understand that's how you feel. But none of the Charlo brothers fight at 168 pounds. Why are you not talking about that? Well, why are we not talking about the obvious? Weight classes are in boxing for a reason. You can't just give him that. You want to give him the advantage, because you always thought that Canelo could beat them boys, but they ain't at the same weight. The only time they get in the challenge is when one guy has the advantage. You know what I'm saying? That's like when you have the upper hand. Now, say you want to check when the fight was called down at 160, you know what I'm saying, and the WBC called for that fight. What did Canelo do, my friend? He gave up the belt. You know what I'm saying? He did a Riddick Bowe. You know, he was like, screw that WBC belt. I'm not fighting Jermell Charlo. And that's when he was active, bro. It's not Jermell, but Jermell Charlo. When they was at the same weight, and he had one belt to get undisputed. You know what I'm saying? He didn't fight Boo Boo Andrade. He dumped the belts, bro. And then when Dimitri Andrade got stripped, guess what he did? He went and got the belt, the WBO belt. This don't say nothing to you? I mean, you willing just to ignore all that movement when they was at the same weight classes. He dropping belts so you don't have to fight these guys. None of that mean nothing to you. But when he goes up to 168, right, he's pulling people from 2-3 weight classes down off of layoffs. That for you, that shows you that's a bad layoff, a bad matchup. You know what I'm saying? So it's the hypocrisy for me, bro. It's like you just willing to ignore all that information, everything that we've seen. Oh, you're talking to somebody who go way back with it. Somebody who was right there when he dropped the belts and didn't want to fight these guys. Until he get the advantage, bro. He's looking at you. Canelo is like a vulture. If he senses your career's dying, that's when he's going to challenge you. You know what I'm saying? Cotto, you know what I'm saying? He waited. You know what I'm saying? He waited for these guys to get old to challenge him. You know what I'm saying? It's like he's looking for the weakest, the worst, when these guys have had the worst performance of their careers. That's when Canelo's going to come and challenge you. I just don't understand why his fans still give him all this credit for that, and when that's what he's doing. You know what I'm saying? If Canelo fought people at their best, he wouldn't get this kind of criticism. When he did fight somebody at their best, Floyd Mayweather, what happened to him? And then he barely won against guys who were active and who were good, like Austin Trout and Laura. When they were active, that's what happens to Canelo. Triple G, When guys are active, he barely. It's a subjective win. It's a subjective win when you have guys that are active and actually good. You know what I'm saying? It's a subject. Oh, Canelo, he hit him 5 times in that round. So he won that round. You know what I'm saying? And he wasn't laying out people. You know what I'm saying? I mean, he laid out an old Shane Mosley. You know, he don't hit like that. You know what I'm saying? So all of a sudden now, you know what I'm saying, he's a demolition master. He's standing up for 12 rounds. Even though when he was young, he was gassing out in 2 or 3 rounds. You know what I'm saying? When he was young, when he was 20-something. You know what I'm saying? So y'all, you know, all the circumstantial evidence, and y'all went, oh, Canelo is the best, man. He's just so smooth. Bro, y'all stop. This dude is a cheater. You know what I'm saying? He's a cheater, and he only fights when he has the advantage. He only take on these guys when he dropped belts to avoid these guys back in the day. Wouldn't even acknowledge Jermell Charlo at 154. You know what I'm saying? Wouldn't even fight Jermell at 160. Now that he's up at 168 and he could do all the clenbuterol that he wants, you know what I'm saying, all the steroids that he wants, he's gonna challenge the world. He's gonna come back and beat Demetrius Bivol. Watch, once he get everything lined up, and he can fight him when he won't. You know what I'm saying? Watch, he's gonna come back and fight Demetrius Bivol. You know what I'm saying? And he's gonna destroy him too, because that boy gonna have that Popeye strength. You know what I'm saying? After he eats the spinach, he gonna pop that spinach, and that shit gonna be like dun 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 dun, and he's gonna be doing handstands and shit in the corner. He's gonna be doing handstands and stuff, and nobody ain't gonna say shit. You know what I'm saying? He's going to balance. He's going to balance one of his trainers off his bottom foot while he's waiting for the bell to ring to get back to the ring. And nobody ain't going to say shit. He's going to probably be working out at the same time. It's just disgusting to me. You know what I'm saying? They allow Canelo to get away with all this shit, man. Yeah, I mean, right now, you got a whole 168 division waiting in line. You know what I'm saying? He goes outside the weight class. You know what I'm saying, to go make a deal to fight somebody else when you got how many eliminators David Beterbiev has fought? How many the whole division is held up, and this dude is just turning his back. I mean, he just got beat by Demetrius Bivol at another weight class. When is he? He's undisputed at 168. So when is he going to fight them guys? I'll tell you when. You know, once he get that concoction going, he's going to go in there. He's going to die. Oh, I told you Canelo could beat them guys. He wasn't scared of them guys. No, he got to line up everything like Tyson Fury. You got to get all the juice. You got to get everything right. And then he's got to see if he feels up to it. You know what I'm saying? That's Canelo for you. You know. Hey, Rocky, get your ass up out of here, man. Nobody want to hear that shit. Get your ass up out of here. It's like, you must don't know where you at. Get the hell up out of here with that bullshit. That nigga always been a cheater. He always been a cheater. You know what I'm saying? I mean, you just gonna come in here and ignore everything I just said. You know what I'm saying? To my wrong. Man, get the hell up out of here with that. You know what I'm saying? This boy, I mean, he's cheats right in front of your face, bro. He's turning down belts. You know what I'm saying? He wouldn't fight Demetrius Andrade. What are you talking about? It's like, man, don't come in here with that. Don't let me have to get real with you, bro. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? I'm so tired of you fake boxing fans. It's ridiculous. You know what I'm saying? Y'all don't ever want to see a fair fight. You know what I'm saying? You just want your guy to win. You don't care how he does it. You know what I'm saying? We boxing purists around this joint. You know, I don't want to see somebody fight on their worst day. I want to see 2 champions fight on the best day. And if that don't mean nothing to you, it means something to me. So get up off my channel with that crap. He says, Anthony Mendoza, Mob, whatever he says, this is where I think Canelo is a smart businessman. He would rather fight someone in another division instead of giving younger guys like Benavidez and Morris the upper hand, and he's going to retire. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh, so now he's a smart businessman. He's not the face of boxing. He's just a smart businessman. I guess so. I guess it stopped being about the sport and being, you know, saying the best in the business, right? You know, when you know you are the champion, you know what I'm saying, you have a burden when you become undisputed of a division. You have a burden. You know what they say, heavy is the head that wears the crown. And if you got a crown on, everybody's coming for you, buddy. You know what I'm saying? Not everybody's kneeling down to you. You know what I'm saying? Because everybody wants your spot. Everybody wants you. Now, I don't know. I mean, can David Benavidez beat Canelo? But I would like to find out. But Canelo ain't going to give us the chance. How you going to become undisputed and not defend the mug? You know what I'm saying? You just want the title to create other business opportunities? You know what I'm saying? No, get out of here with that, bro. Go sit down. Go do exhibition. Go retire and do you some exhibitions. That's what you need to do. Because boxing is about the current fighters. It's about fighters trying to reach the top. And it has become show business. That's my problem with boxing. It's show business now. You know, for real boxing fans that look at this sport as a sport, that's not what it is. It's about becoming a star and doing what you want to do in the sport. And some fans are good with that. And the boxing purists, you can't come on boxing purist channels and think that's what it is. Oh, you're a good businessman. You know, you're a great businessman. You know, that's the excuse now. You know, you could do what you want to do. You can fight somebody from 100. You up at 147. You can fight somebody that's 102 pounds. Pull them up from 100 to 115 pounds. Oh, that's a good business move. Let's say Terence Crawford beat the hell out of what's his name? What's that little Japanese dude name? And beat his ass and stuff, or you know what I'm saying? It's like, oh, that was a good business move. Like, no, bro. It's like, what you talking about, bro? It's like we want to see these guys fight dudes at their weight class, on their level, on their skill level. You know, if you can't do that, then move aside. Go do some exhibitions. They'll follow you. Your fan base will follow you. You know what I'm saying? They'll follow you right there. You go fight Josh Kelly or whatever that nickname. What's his name? You go fight him. The one, the YouTube. Go fight him. You know what I'm saying? Y'all could do a big event, and your fans could give you all the praise in the world for fighting these fight setups. You know what I'm saying? That's cool if that's cool with you, and that's a good business move too. Mm-hmm. Just don't bring that crap to boxing, bro. You know what I'm saying? It's like, and you know, how in the hell do you have like a superhuman stamina now? You know, it's like we're watching these things. We're watching all your fights, bro. Now you got superhuman power. You know what I'm saying? Nobody can withstand a punch from Canelo. All of a sudden, he Mike Tyson. You know what I'm saying? It's like, bro, get out of here with that. What's going on, King Judah? What's happening, bro? You there, King?
You can hear me?
Yeah, I'm just sounding like an old man and shit. You know what I'm saying? Just here complaining about everything in boxing. What's happening?
I'm with you though. One thing I want to talk about, how you were talking about the you know, his newfound power, right? You know his stamina, right? And I can say one thing about, like, I don't know what he's doing, but I do think we need to talk about it, because everybody wants to talk about the SNAC program and what's going on with Victor Conte, as if Eddie Reynoso didn't have multiple fighters that done pop dirty before, including Canelo.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't understand why people, it's like, you know what I'm saying? Certain people, if people have their picks and choose, it's like, oh yeah, we can talk about Victor Conte, but we don't want to talk about the possibility that Canelo also juicing, because Canelo was in the best shape I've seen.
Man, Canelo's definitely juicing. Definitely. You know what I'm saying? Definitely juicing. You know. What's going on, Anthony oh, that's it, Carlos Mazzano. Yeah, okay, Mazzano. Are you in the key in?
No. Hey, Pool Counter, thank you for I'm a younger boxing fan. I just started watching the sport recently and stuff like that. So thank you.
Well, your name, man, you got a noble name up under you right there, man. You need to check them out. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, but I understand what you guys are saying, that Canelo is juicing, but what I meant by a smart person, he would what I meant by that comment was Canelo is very selective on who he fights. He would rather fight guys from smaller divisions because of the fact that he knows guys like, when you look at Benavidez and Morrell, they're probably walking around at cruiserweight or something, that's how big those two guys are and stuff like that. So he knows he would. I think Canelo knows he doesn't really, in the back of his mind, he doesn't really have a chance to beat those guys. That's why he would rather fight guys like the Charlo brothers and stuff like that. Besides Bivol, he's fought mainly smaller guys and stuff like that.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Because he comes from the lighter weight divisions, and he's just a quicker, better fighter up at those at 168 because he comes from the smaller weight division. His speed is the advantage at that weight class, so he don't want to fight the guys who sit around that weight. Who's I see what you're saying.
And for me, I'm a Canelo fan. I'm not like his hardcore fanboys that defend all this BS that he does. Like, I call him out when he does his stuff, like this weird stuff that he does and stuff like that. And also, I said in the comment, I think today's boxing is becoming more like WWE, where the fights are like, I'm not saying they're predetermined, like they're not. I'm not saying they're fixed, but it feels like they're predetermined. You know who's going to win the fight without knowing the result. Like, we predict, but we know who's going to win the fight. Realistically, the illusion of, I think today's boxing has the illusion of 50-50 fights when they're not really 50-50 fights. In the back of our minds, we already know who's going to win. Am I being too? I
see what you're saying, because Jermell Charlo, we thought that we know what kind of fighter we've seen with Jermell Charlo. He's ferocious. He's very confident fighter. But then, in your imagination, you think he's going to bring that to Canelo. And so we're thinking it's a 50-50 fight. But of course, they got weight classes for a reason. And the fighters know that after layoff, that you're not going to be the same. You're not going to, especially coming off an injury. So it's all the advantages I'm talking about. You're not fighting each other, saying at 100% while you're active, while you're 100% health, or, And so to me, when I see Canelo, he's always made these kind of strategic moves. He fought Triple G when he was kind of past it. He fought Cotto.
Don't forget Kovalev.
Kovalev came out and said that was a setup. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if that was just, he came out and said that was a setup fight because he was.
How about the Bivol fight? Do you think that was just a bad matchup for Canelo, or do you think
I think that was too big. I mean, I think you can't fight at every weight class, bro. You can't fight at every weight class. That stuff ain't gonna jive. I mean, you can do steroids, but you can't fight a heavyweight if you're a 54 pounder, you're 160. A natural 160 pounder. That extra power ain't gonna help you against a heavyweight or a cruiserweight or something like that. You know what I'm saying?
So
it's just
you don't think Canelo's a natural 168 pounder like people make him out to be? You think he's more of a 160 or a 154?
Most definitely. You know what I'm saying? If he didn't have all that extra stuff going on, he wouldn't even be where he at today. You know what I'm saying? You could see it. I mean, look how he's looking in the ring, man. He's throwing haymakers. He's throwing haymakers. He may throw a jab every now and then, but most time Canelo, what he relies on is you backing up against the ropes and throwing haymakers on your way out. If you lay up against the ropes, he's going to hit you to the body. That's simple. You know what I'm saying? If you fight somebody like a Terence Crawford at that weight, or somebody who's got the right size or who can absorb that stuff, he's going to lose. That's what Beaver showed you. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. All you needed. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, and this is what in the chat also I said, this is what I don't understand. You and Judah always say there's weight classes for a reason. Can you explain this line of thinking from certain hardcore Bud fans saying that he should move up and fight Canelo when realistically a guy like Bud relies on his athleticism around the ring? I understand he's a good fighter, but realistically, do you think he can handle a bigger guy like Canelo?
Hell no. But it's the same with Jermell Charlo. They're trying to push for a fight. They're trying, but the thing about Bud Crawford is that they got the same link up. You know what I'm saying? Bud is going to juice too. You know, he's not going to go up there and face your boy Canelo without juicing too. So he's going to come up there and you're going to see a whole different Crawford with more power. You know what I'm saying? And then, you know, Canelo, you know what I'm saying, he's just too big for Crawford. Crawford ain't going to, you know what I'm saying, have, you know, saying he's not going to be used to that weight class, so that's going to be an advantage for him. But if Bud come up there, juice, you know what I'm saying, he's going to come up there with extra power, extra stamina, he just may destroy Canelo. They're not going to give him that opportunity. You know what I'm saying? If he's willing, if they know he's willing to do that. You know what I'm saying?
So you think you're not accusing Bud of juicing, but you think the Bowman people over there are doing something?
Yeah, I think he's totally he's playing. You know, if Bud wasn't juicing, he would have fought Errol Spence Jr. way back when you know what I'm saying, after he won the WBO belt. But they trying to make it seem like everybody was ducking when he was just at top rank. He re-signed with him. So he could have fought anybody in the PBC. He could have signed with PBC a long time ago. You know what I'm saying? Just like he did when he fought Errol Spence Jr. He could have signed with him, but he didn't do it because he wasn't ready. You know what I'm saying? He didn't have the preparations that he needed. He needed to get with Victor Conte in the snack program to do what he did against Errol Spence Jr. He had to build himself up, but he tried to use the propaganda route. You know, oh, they're ducking me. Bro, every time anybody, Keith Thurman, Danny Garcia got into negotiation with you, you know, say, oh, they're pricing themselves out. Did you price yourself out when you went into negotiation and stalled Errol Spence Jr.? You know what I'm saying? And then you went and fought David Avenesian and tested out that shit. You know what I'm saying? Tested out that drugs and stuff and see what kind of power you had, see what kind of results that it gave you, right? You know what I'm saying? And you laid that man out and you knew you were ready. You know what I'm saying? You knew you were ready then. That's why he ducked out of negotiations, because he wanted to be sure. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and this is where I've always heard other people, like I go through the boxing like community on YouTube, and depending on who I go to, they say that every top level fighter is doing steroids and stuff like that, roids, or like they're juicing. They wouldn't be at the top of their game if they're not. Is there a certain truth to that, or is that just hate for certain fighters?
Well, I think in order to compete with somebody, you know what I'm saying, like if you know what I'm saying, they got the strength over you, you know what I'm saying, they got the athletic ability over you. You know, look at Oscar.
Tyson Fury is a perfect example.
Yeah, Tyson Fury, or you're talking about Oscar Valdez, right? Yeah. What was that fighter who had the power that he went in there and knocked his ass out? I forgot that guy's name, but you know,
Navarrete?
Not Navarrete. It was the guy. It was two fights before him that got him on that level. Before he got beat by Stevenson. Nakatilia. No, not him. It was one fight after that when he beat the dude. He knocked the dude out. Now we know Oscar Valdez now. You know what I'm saying? But he was able to juice up and beat this dude. I forgot the dude's name, but
I know who you're talking about. I can't remember. Was it a guy that, like, I can't remember.
He was known for his power. You know what I'm
saying? Mauro Barrios?
No, these are lightweights, man. This is like down at 130 and shit like that.
I know who you're talking about, but I can't remember his name now. It wasn't Pitbull, was it?
No. Pitbull's at 135. I can't remember his name, but the dude that Oscar Valdez beat to get up there on that level, to stop fighting the Stevensons and get his name bigger. You know what I'm saying? You could tell that he was juicing. You know what I'm saying? He got pimples on his back. You know what I'm saying? Terence Crawford, why you think he came in the weigh in with all the clothes on and shit before, you know, with the pimples on his forehead and shit? That's that shit going through your system, you know? And, you know, to me, you know, they need to get the Victor Contes away from the sport. You know, they still probably going to get access to it, but, you know, I just think it's messing up the legacy, the true legacies of these fights. These guys who's doing it naturally, they're going to get beat, man. You know what I'm saying? Because these guys, they got the extra. If you already know you got skills over somebody, you know what I'm saying? the steroid's going to help you. You know, so it's going to give you the endurance, the extra power, the work out longer and recover and things of this nature.
Look at Tyson Fury after they caught him. He got suspended for apparently coke, like smoking cocaine or whatever. That's what the excuse was.
I don't think you can smoke. I don't know. I'm not a drug expert or nothing like that, but they're obviously letting certain fighters get.
Yeah, you snort cocaine, smoke crack.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? So they letting certain fighters get away with it. I think Canelo is one of them. You know, he's above the sport. He's almost in a Mayweather type of power over boxing.
See, and this is where I have a question. When it comes to Floyd, is that why they covered up the whole, like, was this just an accusation, or did this actually happen? The blood doping during the Pac-Man incident, the whole negotiation with Manny, where they were saying that Manny refused to take drug testing because he was juicing too. Were they protecting Floyd when it came to that blood doping?
Well, let me ask you this. You know, Manny Pacquiao blast through 8 weight classes, bro, knocking out motherfuckers. You know what I'm saying? Like he been at the weight all his life. He went to every weight class, just destroying people. You know what I'm saying? And then when he get to Floyd Mayweather, he don't want to take a drug test because he's afraid of needles, but he got tattoos all over himself. You know what I'm saying? So we know that. So the circumstantial evidence when it comes, I love Manny Pacquiao. Don't get me wrong. I love him, man. I love his courage. I love the way he came through the divisions and all that because he made it look good. But you know what I'm saying? The man's head was the size of a water tower. You know what I'm saying? It's like by the time he got up there with Floyd, his head was his ankles and stuff were cramping, which is a sign of PEDs. You know, his calves cramping. You know what I'm saying? So we know that Manny Pacquiao probably was on some juice and Floyd. That's why Floyd Mayweather wanted to test him. And that's why the first fight didn't happen, because Floyd said, I want to be on an even playing scale. This man has blasted through 8 weight classes, knocking out folks. You don't just knock out people as you move up in weight.
Right. So I want to ask you that question. I want to ask the question almost like what full counter just said. It's like, bro, so if I'm Floyd Mayweather and you Manny Pacquiao, no, I'm gonna put you on the outside of this. Suppose you just on the outside looking in and you actually have all the facts. And Floyd Mayweather is telling you, hey man, I'm ready to fight Manny Pacquiao any day now. It's just that I suspect that he is juicing, and I'm not gonna fight him until he takes VADA testing. I need to make sure he is getting tested on an Olympic style where we can make sure that he's not juicing, because I suspect that he is. I can't prove that he's juicing, but I just want him to take the same drug test that I've been subjected to my entire life. That way I know for sure that we're on an even playing field. And for years, Manny Pacquiao, as you know, I'm not going to take that drug test to verify whether or not I'm juicing. How does he blame Floyd Mayweather for this?
No, that's what I was asking you, Zurdo. Like, hardcore Floyd fans forget the fact that Floyd was doing the same thing. Like, wasn't he blood doping in Colorado?
No. No. I didn't talk about Floyd. No. Let me tell you about this. No, what they caught Floyd doing, what they said Floyd, it wasn't blood doping. It was an IV. It was an IV. He rehydrated more. So basically, what happened here? So if you want to say Floyd was blood doping, it wasn't blood doping. It was an IV. And what an IV is simply water and salt.
Yeah, a lot of fighters have to rehydrate, through IV. That's what they don't tell you, but they try to make it a scandal. So they caught Floyd doing something like, it's one of those things where, okay, if you want to say that he has extra fluids in him, fine, but that cannot increase his athletic ability. That's not a PED. Not on the point of that. See, steroids don't work like that. You don't just take an IV and then all of a sudden you pop out. No, it helps you train. It helps you train.
You have to cycle. You have to cycle steroids. My point to you is, if you think like I said, I know you said you knew this, but you didn't know exactly what it was, and you probably been led astray to make you think he was blood doping. But my point to you is, do you believe that a fighter who is not better than another fighter, do you think water and salt would be enough to put him over the edge to be the guy who's better?
No, I see the way you guys are explaining it to me makes a lot more sense.
Well,
That's
a lot of fighters
not.
got it. A lot of fighters, when you dehydrated, you're gonna have to use IVs to get that water in you because it affects your brain. You know what I'm saying? When you get dehydrated, you know what I'm saying, you got to have an IV. You know what I'm saying, to put that water back in your system, man.
I'm gonna use another sport as an example with the whole steroid issue that we're talking about. Baseball has this issue, and they're refusing to put a guy like Barry Bonds and Mark McGwire in the Hall of Fame because of that fact, because of steroids. And people always bring up steroids doesn't help you with your hand-eye coordination. Really, like if you already had the talent, like the hand-eye coordination, what else besides what you guys are saying? It's going to help you with the stamina and strength. But if you already have the hand-eye coordination as an elite boxer, what else does it help? Like besides the other things that you guys are telling me that it helps you with, if you already have the elite hand-eye coordination, what is the benefit? Like besides tarnishing your legacy?
Well, yeah, because it's going to help you with your stamina, bro. Stamina is everything in boxing. You know what I'm saying? Why you think when you get MMA fighters coming over to box, they can't box with a guy who's got endurance and to go 12 rounds. Them guys are like 3 rounds, 4-round fighters. You know what I'm saying? So they only have so much stamina, but when you use steroids,
McGregor was a perfect example of that when Floyd.
Right. You can only last so long. These guys been training all their lives, you know what I'm saying, to go 12 rounds and stuff to last.
I was going to say, most of them, you're right, most of them train actually for 15 rounds.
So you guys, this is an honest question, Judah and Pool Counter. So when it comes to Manny, you wouldn't say he's a freak of nature. It was more about the roids that he was taking. You think it was more about the roids than him juicing than his natural freakish ability?
Well, I
think it's a bit of both. I think it's a bit of both.
Yeah, I think if you are already a natural athletic guy, you know what I'm saying, you already got gifts. The roids are just gonna, they're just gonna like Roy Jones Jr. You know what I'm saying? He's a guy that's got super quick reflexes. But when he took those roids, he was on another level, bro. You know what I'm saying? He could throw 100 punches, you know what I'm saying, in a few seconds and recover. That's what them roids do for you. You know what I'm saying? So, it ain't just about the roids, but you can't have them in a sport like football. Like some of the football players, I forgot what the guy's name was. But you got extra speed, you got extra power because you're able to get in the gym and you're able to get the stamina and get the benefits.
I think I know who you're talking about. They did a 30 for 30 on him. Tony Mandrich, remember him? The big offensive lineman.
But then when they started testing these guys, they start falling off. You see what I'm saying?
And this is where do you think there's ever going to be how baseball has stringent testing now when it comes to the major, like the minor leagues and the major leagues? Do you think boxing, because we don't have boxing doesn't have an overarching body to cut to deal with this issue? No,
they're not. Let me tell you why it's not going to be regulated to the sport, to the extent of the sport. Because I think, for boxing, they always call boxing the wild, wild west. And the reason is because a lot of rules on the class all about the money, right? So a lot of these guys are it's like the mafia, but so there's always going to be fighters that the boxing commissions and different networks or whoever involved have a best interest in this guy winning. So they're going to always make a way for certain fighters to be able to juke, a.k.a. Canelo Evans.
Oh, I see what you're saying. No. So that's the way I'm thinking. It's I'm trusting these corrupt officials way too much.
Well, the thing is, they don't want Canelo to lose, bro. He's the cash cow. What it looked like if Canelo gets stopped by somebody. What if Jermell would went in there, beat him down? He still got a couple of fights on the contract. What do he look like? It's not going to be a big event for the next fight if he's not undisputed at 168. You know what I'm saying? That's the entire thing.
No,
what I'm
that's
saying?
why I kind of hope eventually. This is where I kind of wish the FDA and the government gets into boxing. Do you think because there's so many athletic commissions instead of one, like one federal, like you know how every state has their own athletic commission and the rules are different?
Yeah,
Do you think
yeah.
that's the issue why we don't have an overarching body to control
You know
everything?
why?
I think there's a lot of money to be made in boxing. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Yeah,
And you know what else?
it's big business. It's big business, man. You know, you're not
You
going
know
to
what
stop the money train. You got a lot of powerful people in boxing, a lot of network money. There's too much money in boxing for it to be regulated. Go ahead.
Right. And you know what else too? I was looking at why, because I know what you asked, brother. You're trying to figure out why it's not regulated so hard as other sports. And I'm going to tell you why. Because in boxing, right, I know you know in football. I know you heard about the movie. I think Will Smith was in it. You remember they talking about all the football players that they get these injuries and they come back and sue the NFL, and it became a big thing where it's like, hey, bro.
Oh, the concussion movie with Will Smith?
Yeah, so look, remember how that happened, right? And what did the NFL do? They changed up all types of different rules in football to try to make it safer, right? When you look at these boxers, well, boxing's been around longer than football, if I'm not mistaken. And these guys been getting messed up, brain damage for years. And you know what none of them ever do? They never come back to boxing and be like, hey, bro, y'all need to change something about this sport. It's not actually safe. A lot of us are having trouble in our older age with our memory, our speech. And until they do that, the governing bodies, like you trying to get into something, they don't care. Like the players themselves or the fighters themselves have to bring this to attention. Like, hey, something not right about what's going on.
Unionizing or something like that.
Yeah. That's what I believe. That's why, if you think about it, that's why football is regulated. Because one thing about football is you will not get away with juice. They will not let you juice to play football because the thing is, like I said, it's regulated because the players have already made it known that, hey, bro, we want to be safe while we do this. The boxers not doing it. They're not letting it be known that we want to be safe while we participate in this sport.
And I did this research actually. I was reading an article that was talking about concussions in the sport of boxing specifically, and the correlation of Alzheimer's and Parkinson's for older boxers because of CTE and stuff like that. And they're saying the constant head trauma is causing. That's what they did research on Muhammad's Cassius Clay's what is it called? Brain. And they said the Parkinson's was as a result of constant getting punched in the head all the time.
Right. And I learned about that too, Paul. And let me tell you what I learned. I'm glad you brought it up. But you know, more recently, the case that everybody's talking about is that guy, Antonio Brown, the receiver from he played for the Buccaneers last year. Y'all remember that guy?
Oh, the Steeler receiver? The former Steeler receiver?
Yeah, so what they did was they got a compilation on YouTube, and y'all can check it out, where a lot of his fans believe he's suffering from CTE, but you know, CTE can't be diagnosed until the patient is actually dead. That's how crazy. They cannot diagnose you until you actually die. And they have to look at your brain to find out if you have it. But they can tell somebody what the symptoms of CTE is somebody who their personality changes drastically, they take more risks, they do things that they wouldn't normally do. That makes you think, like, why would he do this, right? And they showed that Antonio Brown before, because he took this big hit playing against the Steelers, somebody hit him. One player, I think it was the Steelers player hit him before. And ever since then, but that's when the wild side of him came out, his personality completely changed. Like, this dude was doing all kinds of crazy stuff. You seen his antics more recently, but it's like it's evidence to show that after he took that hit to the head, he hasn't been the same. Right? And I'll bring it up and say this. Look at the history of boxing. Look how many boxers we have these crazy ass antics. Like, look, Mike Tyson is one of them. You have these guys, like even Floyd Mayweather, to the extent where these people say and do things. Like, think about how much they get in trouble. They get locked up for doing this and locked up for doing that. We don't know a lot of these boxers suffering from CTE from getting hit.
See, my mom does a dinner to raise money for people who are paralyzed and stuff to try to find a cure, and she brings Tommy Hearns and Sugar Ray Leonard, and they sometimes do speeches, and they can barely put two words together.
Right.
Like, they can't, like...
Sugar Ray Leonard's fine. He's fine. It depends on It depends on the punishment.
Tommy Hearns, my mistake. Tommy.
It depends on the punishment you take. See, Tommy Hearns was one of those fighters that would go in and he would bang with you. He didn't care. He didn't care. You know, he went in and banged with Marvin Hagler. You know, he didn't care. You know, he just went. He threw caution when he went in and he banged with Durant, and as he moved up, he kept moving up in weight. That's another thing. You fighting stronger, harder punching guys. You know, even when you win, bro, you lose because you're in there taking punishment. And Tommy fought for a long time. I forgot how long he fought exactly, but I think he
retired. I think 89.
I think he went up to super middleweight, and he might have had a fight at light heavyweight, might have. But when you taking that kind of punishment, you know what I'm saying, that accumulation of it over time, you know what I'm saying, you getting hit to the head, all that stuff comes out later. You know what I'm saying? To look at Holyfield. Holyfield, look at when he first started, how he talked, and now look how he talked today. You know, Mike Tyson. You know what I'm saying? Mike Tyson, look how he's just a little cray. He always been a little cray. But look how he talk now. He can barely, understand which direction his subject's going. You know, he's just, plus he smoked weed too. But
yeah. Let's not forget, Mike is high all the time during those podcasts. So
right, but another thing I want to talk about how dangerous, because you brought up, I know you brought up, it does matter how much you get hit. But the scary thing for me is when I heard Floyd Mayweather, one of the best defensive fighters ever, he's saying that he's starting to lose his memory. Like I heard that interview, that interview like a year ago. Floyd came out and was saying how his dad had suffered from. He said, I'm starting to lose some of my memory. And I mean, Floyd Mayweather can lose memory from getting hit. I mean, anybody can.
And see, Floyd had exceptional defense. He had a supernatural defense. That's how he was able to make it to 154 to that level. Because he's not taking punches like that. He's rolling with punches. He had a really detailed defense. These other guys like Adrian Broner, he couldn't do that, man, because he didn't have the defense of Floyd Mayweather, right? So he took. Is
that why Oscar struggled at 154 a little bit? Because he really didn't have that great. His defense was okay, but it wasn't that great.
Right. So if you're the type of fighter that don't have great defense, you didn't start out with great defense, and you went out there and you had all these wars like a Gotti versus Ward. Look how those guys was talking, man, by the end of their careers. Man, them dudes had like three fights. Where they was just going at it, bro. I'm talking about this shit look like Wolverine versus Sabretooth or some shit. This shit was just like.
Is that how Paulie lasted in boxing as long as he did, because he was a
Paulie didn't last. Paulie got destroyed, you know what I'm saying, in the ring. Paulie to my Malignaggi. Oh my God. Paulie, man, he got destroyed, man. You know what I'm saying? Paulie, he had no power, bro. So, people who went in there, they wasn't afraid of his return. They wasn't afraid of getting hit back by Paulie Malignaggi because he wasn't power.
Was it Broner or Mosley Jr. that destroyed him? That knocked him out where?
It was Sean Porter. Sean Porter went in there and mugged him. And shit, it was a lot of fighters mugged Paulie Malignaggi. And that's why he came out and said that, a lot of fighters are juicing it, which he was correct. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I support Paulie Malignaggi. He's just full of that Italian Ben style racism. You know what I'm saying? That he comes from. You know what I'm saying? He's do the right thing type of situation. You know what I'm saying? Where he knows boxing. It's just that he's blinded by a lot of the racism.
Blinded by his pride.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, so. He just, he understands the sport. Everybody knows what's going on in boxing. This is the game. This is nobody's not saying anything. Everybody knows that this steroid stuff has got to go because the big fights, it's affecting the big fights. It's affecting the reality of boxing.
And this is why my generation is going to UFC, because they have a more stringent, like they have a better testing policy when it comes to steroids. They suspend people for a long time if they get caught and stuff like that. Boxing, they only get suspended for like 3 months out of the match.
Look at Conor Benn, man. Look at Conor Benn. That's a prime example of a fighter who got the juice You know what I'm saying? Beat the hell out of Chris Hearden. You know what I'm saying? And what's the other fighter name he fought? You know what I'm saying? Went out there and just destroyed them guys like a trunk monkey. Came out, you know, and just beat the hell out of them and got caught. Finally got popped. Somebody he ate 30 eggs, right? Somebody he ate 30 eggs and the eggs got this stuff in it or whatever. No, bro, you took that I forgot what it's called, Clamorol or something like that.
Clenbuterol?
No, it's something else, a CLOMNAD, something like that. Some stuff that's for pregnancy, for female pregnancy or some shit.
Like hormones?
Yeah,
I think it's supposed to block their estrogen, right? That's what we're trying to do, block their estrogen. Right.
And so he got busted, but right now he's fighting today, looking for a fight for at 147, trying to get that fight again with Chris Eubanks. Which
did you see him in his last fight, bro? How his body looked? He looked fat and flat because he didn't have a juice on. You seen it? Trying to be in his last fight, he was fat and flat.
And pull counter. I've always said this. Me and Judah have been on panels together where I've said it seems like Tim Tszyu, Conor Benn, and Chris Eubank are trying to live off their they're not putting as much work as you would think because they're trying to live off their father. Like these second generation fighters seem to have this issue where they don't put the work in like they're supposed to because they had their father they had their foot in the door at an early age and stuff like that. Floyd is an exception.
Tim Tszyu, you know, he just beat your boy Tony Harrison, so that's a good win for him. You know, so he just beat. I wouldn't say Carlos Ocampos is a big name, but he's staying busy. You know what I'm saying? He's doing what
Tony is a gatekeeper.
Shit, not when he fought Jermell Charlo, he wasn't. That boy was. I mean, go back and watch those fights, and you tell me if he was a gatekeeper. Go back and watch those two fights.
No, I'm talking about now, not then. Now.
Oh shit, he ain't even in the sport now. I mean, I think he was cashing out when he fought Tim Tszyu at that point in time in his career. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, it seems like most of these second generation fighters, for the exception of a guy like Floyd put in the work. It seems like guys like Julio Jr., a Conor Benn, a Chris Eubank don't put in as much work as they're supposed to because they already had a foot in the door because of their fathers and stuff like that, and they're living off that legacy instead of trying to build their own and stuff like that. Well, what it is, boxing is a hustle. You know, he probably
has it always been like that, or
boxing. Well, think about it. He came in, he probably was thinking he was all that. Then he fought Groves, right? Talking about Chris Eubanks here, Jr. Then he fought Groves and found out that shit wasn't sweet. That you actually have to work on your craft. You can't just because you Nigel Ben, the Dr. Destroyer's son. You know what I'm saying? People are not going to bow down to you. You know what I'm saying? You got to go in that. You got to go out there and you got to put in the work. You got to make your own name. You can't just come in, the Dr. Destroyer's son, and think, you know what I'm saying, people are just going to lay down for you. No, you got to go out there and do what he did. And then even the Dr. Destroyer got some asteroids, you know what I'm saying, and controversy around his name. So I think he finally figured that out when he went to Bomac. I think whatever sauce they got going on over in that Terence Crawford camp, 4 weeks over there with Bomac, he comes out looking way better than he's ever did in his entire career.
So there's been I didn't know that Chris Sr. had controversies around him.
Yeah. When he fought, especially when he fell out, when he was going to he had to take the piss test after the Glenn McClellan fight, right? Glenn McClellan knocked his ass damn near out the ring the first round, right? Almost destroyed his ass in the first round, beating him out. He was able to recover from that beating, bro, like it wasn't nothing. I'm talking about McClellan was an animal. He was a destroyer, bro. And I'm talking about Gerald McClellan.
I forgot. My God, I know who you're talking about.
Jermell
him by
Charlo,
his
the one
nickname,
who
but I
had the
can't
pit
remember it
bulls,
now.
Roy
Was it
Jones
like
Jr. best friend. Roy Jones Jr. best friend, the one who you know what I'm saying, beat Julian Jackson twice. You know, Julian Jackson.
And this is
the Hawk.
this is what happened. And the reason why I brought up Julio Jr. is he's a perfect example of not putting in the work
No,
constantly.
I get what you're saying. You're right. You're right. You know, saying especially him. I mean, he's so privileged and so pussy punk ass that it's just ridiculous, bro. You know what I'm saying?
No,
But I think
and what people forget, like when he first came in, like I don't know what possessed people to do this, but they said he was good. He fights nothing like his father. People were saying he was a carbon copy of his dad when he fights, but when you look at him, he fights nothing like Julio Sr. Like, let's be honest.
I mean, but that's okay. But if you got the heart and determination, you know what I'm saying, it'll show. You know what I'm saying? They showed, I mean, he got busted sniffing something. You know what I'm saying? Some of that stuff.
It was coke. It was coke.
He got busted, like his corner gave him something and they caught it right on camera. And it's like, bro, you know, these legacy fighters, they got to do better. It's no honor and not, you know, saying honoring the past, you know, saying and fighting up to your best ability in the ring. They grew up so privileged, you know what I'm saying? Because they dad were rich and they were fighters, you know what I'm saying? So, you know, they got that to work on. It's kind of like, you know, if you were Spike Lee's son, you know what I'm saying, and you come in and do a movie, do the right thing too. You know what I'm saying? If you're Tyler Perry's son, you know, so you got a legacy into the industry. What these kids do with it, you know what I'm saying? It's a pressure, but it's still a leg up on everybody else because your name is already resonating with the casuals and with the hardcore. So, you know, kind of being, you know, he's a letdown now because he got caught cheating. He got caught with steroids.
When you look at Tim, does he fight like his father?
Who?
Tim Tszyu. Tim.
Come on. You don't fight shit like Costa Tszyu. You know what I'm saying? Costa Tszyu could slip. I mean, he was a real slick fighter, man. Costa Tszyu.
He had power. But he had power too, didn't he?
Yeah, Costa Tszyu had a little bit of power. He wasn't no knockout artist or nothing like that. I mean, he knocked out Zab Judah.
Where people couldn't walk him down.
Well, he knocked out Zab Judah. That'll tell you. That should tell you everything you need to know right there.
Was that the fight where Zab? Was that the same fight that Zab came up? Was that the same fight where Zab like came to the referee saying that weird stuff? Like
that's the one where his legs, you know, say he tried to get up and he was wobbling all around the ring, and you know he went down and got back up, and you know what I'm saying, he was just wobbling all around the ring because he got caught, you know what I'm saying, and you know, but Zab, you know, was beating the hell out of Costa Tszyu the entire fight, and then you know he stopped playing around with Costa Tszyu, and Costa Tszyu caught him, you know what I'm saying, with a shot that you know that got him up out of there. You know,
he did. You always say this. You like, and this isn't with the Ramos and Lubin fight. When was the last time you can remember? Like, did you see where the coroner was cursing at him, saying "wake up"? Like, they said, "Wake your ass up! You're down on the cards." And have you ever seen that pull counter and Judah? With another,
we saw that with Terence Crawford. We saw that with Terence Crawford and Sean Porter. You know, saying he was behind on the cards. He didn't know he was behind on the cards, and he had to pick up his performance. You know what I'm saying? They did that.
You're never supposed to coast. That's what hurt. And in boxing, even if you're up on the cards, you're never supposed to coast. Correct?
Well, I mean, it just depends. You know, you got to mix it up. You got to know, you know, your awareness, your ring awareness you have to be in the fight. So like Oscar De La Hoya fought Felix Trinidad, right? He beat Felix Trinidad, but the last 4 rounds he coasted and they gave Felix the victory, right? Even though to me, you know what I'm saying, he beat Felix Trinidad, you know what I'm saying, and Felix came on in the last maybe 3 or 4 rounds and pulled it out somehow. So if you coast, you open yourself up to look at the perception that you're losing. right? And that was really Oscar De La Hoya. I think that was his first loss, you know what I'm saying, against Felix Trinidad. And, you know what I'm saying, just because he coached, I mean, he won all, imagine losing 8 rounds and then your opponent comes back in the last 4 to win it. That's like a Lomachenko fight, you know what I'm saying, like against Jermaine Ortiz, you know what I'm saying, to me, or, you know what I'm saying? So you come in, you know what I'm saying, you lose the last championship rounds. That's why they're so important that you fight continually, because you never know how the judges are looking at it.
See,
You know?
and that's where you just brought up the judges. Can you explain that one card? Can you and Judah explain to me that weird card that one of the judges had one? Can you see why they scored at 117, 111, or do you think that was just very egregious
For
for
what?
Lubin versus Ramos?
I thought Ramos won, but Judas, they think
I get Lubin winning. Because my thing is, even in a close fight, right? Let's say you had swing rounds, but even if you had Ramos up, there's no way in a close fight or a fight you're not completely dominating that you can give away the last 4 rounds and expect the judges to give you the fight.
No, I understand that, but can you explain that 117, 111 card? That seems very egregious.
Yeah. Well, what it is that Ramos won the majority, to me, and this is the way I'm looking at it. He won the majority of the early rounds, and which made it look like a one-sided fight. So if you're looking at I wouldn't have said 117, 111. I wouldn't have said that.
No, they gave that one. That card was for Lubin, not Ramos.
Oh, hell no. That was just an erroneous card. You know what I'm saying? I mean, Lubin didn't even have that kind of activity, you know what I'm saying, to have those kind of numbers. You know what I'm saying? It's like, if anything, he was more accurate than Ramos, I would think, but he was more selective in his punching. You know what I'm saying? So I would say I could clearly see that Lubin was the better fighter. By the skills and everything in the punch selection, but I just didn't think it was enough activity. I didn't think he scored enough.
See,
you know what I'm saying?
and I've seen this, I watched the fight multiple times, and I've noticed with Ramos, I'm going to use this perfect example. Ramos, at this point, when he lost to Lubin, is the same, would be the same. The correlation would be Lubin losing to at the same age to a Charlo, like Charlo at 154. Charlo had more experience. Lubin was just coming up, and he made mistakes that got him knocked out. That's what happened with Ramos. He let that youngster, that emotion get the best of him, and let the fight at the end get away from him and stuff like that, and lose the last 4 rounds of that fight. And Lubin took advantage of that.
Well, I don't look like Lubin. Don't look like Lubin really won. His mind looked like his mind. Cause I think if Lubin would really fought, because Lubin liked to get in there and fight, bro. If he would have went in there and fought like he fought Fundora, he would have knocked Ramos out. Cause when he started pivoting and he started using his other skills at the end, you know, so you could see he was the superior fighter. You know what I'm saying? You can see that he could negate all the stuff that happened in the first half when he started pivoting in the middle of the ring, when he started really putting his combinations together. You was like, man, this dude could destroy Ramos. You know what I'm saying? And for some reason, the first 6-7 rounds, he just let Ramos press him against the ropes and all that. But in the last 4 rounds, Lubin showed you that, you know, this dude ain't nothing to me.
And with Ramos, he made the mistake of trying to outbox the boxer. Do you agree? Like, his game plan was trying to prove people that he could box, and you can't be doing that with a guy like Lubin.
He boxes better than he showed you. He boxes way better than that, but for some reason, it looked like Lubin's head just wasn't there. See, for certain fighters, you got to have a name to get up for the fight. Like, if Lubin was in there against Jermell Charlo, you would see a different Lubin.
Okay.
You know,
yeah.
You know what I'm saying? You got to have some. Roy Jones Jr. say it all the time. It's hard to get up for a fighter you're supposed to beat.
Or like Mike Tyson says, you always have a game plan until you get punched in the face. I think that's what happened to Charlo. Like, as soon as he felt Canelo's, like, I didn't say Canelo had power, but once he
No,
felt
you got
that
power. You got power. I mean, that's all he got right now. The last thing to leave a fighter is his power as you get older. What he don't have is fast feet. And what I'm telling you is that Jermell, that's why I question his boxing IQ, because I say as a fighter, you already know that. You already seen this guy fight. You know what his disadvantages are. So why overthink it? You know, so why not commit to the jab? You got a longer jab. You got a better jab than Canelo. But yet Canelo was beating him to the punch. You know, say he get jabbed in the face at the beginning of every round. I'm like, how? I'm asking myself, how? How is this happening? You know what I'm saying? You got the better jab. You got the better tools. You got the better feet. So how is this guy who all decrepit trying to walk up on you across the ring? How is he able to just walk in there with his arms down and beat you? I mean, is it the reputation? What is it? Is the moment too big for you?
Yeah, no, it looked like Charlo was starstruck that whole fight.
I'm just trying to tell you, nobody can walk in on a fight without getting punched in the face. But yet Canelo, he didn't even have to put his guard up, bro.
Did you see? Did you see during that fight, pull counter that Canelo would hold, like he would hold Charlo's head down. He got away with like some dirty tactics where he
look at the screen. Forearms. If you look up in the far left-hand corner, you see it right there. You know what I'm saying? Look up in the far left-hand corner, you see it right there where he's holding Charlo on the back of the head and trying to hit him with the. But see, Canelo knows that he's concentrated his strength and his power strikes. That steroid power. So if he hits you, so he's going to intimidate you because he got that extra strength. So look how he's holding Charlo's head up here on the screen, on the back of the head. You know what I'm saying? Then when he get a couple of shots with you with that steroid power, shit. I mean, you gonna feel it, man. You don't want to get
and the thing I'm talking about, the other thing that he got away with is those forearm shivers. Did you see, like, in the later rounds of the fight, he was getting away with, like, using his forearms and, like, pushing Charlo back into using a forearm shiver and pushing Charlo back into the ropes?
Yeah, but after that's because he was tired. You know what I'm saying? Canelo, I mean, you could use steroids, but some of your, Canelo was exhausted, man. And Charlo, he's so damn durable, bro. He couldn't just knock out Charlo. He just couldn't knock him out because he was still a bigger dude. You know what I'm saying? In there. So he was trying to knock him out, but he just did. Canelo, he never had that kind of power, bro. You know what I'm saying?
He never had one punch knockout power throughout his career.
Never. Unless he was fighting like somebody with a glass jaw, like what's his name? Damn, man, my memory.
The younger Cotto.
No, what his name from 140 pounds? With the fast hands. What his name, Judah?
Oh, you say 140?
Yeah, what's his name?
Old fighter, new fighter.
Amir Khan. I mean, he knocked like when he knocked out Amir Khan. You know what I'm saying? So he was able to knock out Amir Khan like that, but that's Amir Khan because he got a glass jaw. If you look at everybody else he fought, it was tough. It was close fights. And he never had that kind of power, bro. You know what I'm saying?
It was more accumulation with Canelo, basically.
Mm-hmm. And
so he's a TK. You would say Canelo, the majority of Canelo's knockouts would be a TKO where it's all the wear down throughout the fight and stuff like that. Not like
but how are you able to land all these haymakers, bro? Nobody. I've never seen anybody in boxing able to land haymakers the way Canelo is. You know what I'm saying? He land nothing but haymakers, bro. Very, very rare that he lands a jab or an uppercut or what I'm saying. He's always throwing these wild hooks and hitting you to the side. You know what I'm saying? Or beating your arms or some shit like that. And it's like, bro, come on, man. It's like, come on, are you that strong, bro? You know what I'm saying? You're like, come on now. Like you're a wild boy in there. You know what I'm saying? And your superpower is just your strength.
And after this fight, people kept on saying Canelo turned back the hands of time by beating Charlo. Charlo just didn't put up an effort. It's not that Canelo turned back the hands of time. It's just
Well, it's
Charlo
that
never.
dope. It's the dope power. It's the dope power. You know what I'm saying? This dude is like super strong in that he knows Charlie used to the fighting guys that strong up at that weight class. So he just overwhelmed them with the strength. You know what I'm saying? He couldn't, he intimidated them by hitting them with that extra dope strength. And Charlo didn't want to open himself up to get knocked out. You know what I'm saying? And you know, that's the advantage. That's the pure advantage of it. So, you know, I mean, you know, Canelo's a smart dude, you know what I'm saying? He know the man been off a layoff. Now, imagine if Charlo would have been active, you know what I'm saying, actively fighting, you know what I'm saying, didn't have a 16-month layoff. It would probably been a different story because, you know, so now he's in the groove of fighting. He's sharp and he can do everything, you know what I'm saying? But this was a money grab in my case. It was a money grab. Mm-hmm. What you think, Judy?
No, you said about I was thinking what y'all talking about.
I said I think it was a money grab, you know, for me.
Come on, Charlo.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, man. Yeah, but I ain't gonna lie, bro. I just think he was outgunned too. But like, I'm watching that fight, bro, and
he was definitely outgunned.
Yeah.
But my thing is, you don't think if you look at the skills of Canelo, right? What does Canelo do? You know what I'm saying, against fighters? What does he do in the ring? Just from what you see, it's very simple. What do you see?
Really, usually all I see is him stalking. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Like he's looking for one, he's trying to hook. I know he throw that lunge and hook to the head. He throw a lunge and hook to the body. He mixes it up. So after a while, you never know where it's going. That's how you win his biggest shots. So if he throw it, it look the same way. You never know where it's going until he actually commits. So a lot of people, you would think it's going to your body, you get hit in the head with it. You would think it's coming to your head, and you get hit in the body with it. That's what I see him doing the most. But you know what I'm saying? Like that's what I see him.
Yeah, but is that enough to beat a top champion level of fighter? Is that really enough? Throwing hooks to the body, backing you to the ropes. And are you that strong? I mean, did he do that to Triple G?
Nah, he didn't do it to Triple G. Like I said, like you said, but like against the top fighters, he done lost. You know what I'm saying? He lost to Floyd. He lost to B-Ball, and that's why he don't want to fight people like that. You know what I'm saying? And I think Jermell Charlo. I like Jermell, but I think Jermell he was a perfect candidate for Canelo. Because first of all, he's not big, and he's not exceptionally good on defense. You see what I'm saying? They're the type of dudes that think Canelo. You got to be big or exceptionally good on defense. And he don't want to mess with you, but like, you know what I'm saying? He ain't gonna do that with you. Like that's why I think B-Ball, I don't think he'll ever beat B-Ball. Because B-Ball is big and he got skills. You see what I'm saying? B-Ball not here to be hit all night.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? So to me, he don't have a skill, he don't have the skill set. He uses power, he brings his people up, you know what I'm saying, that he can overwhelm, you know what I'm saying, with his size, with his power. You know, that's why he won't fight David Beterbiev. That's why he won't fight David Morrell Jr. because them guys are just as big and they can absorb and nullify the power that he has. Right? They're not going to fall victim to the power. They're not going to be shot. You know what I'm saying? When they get hit because they used to getting hit by guys that size or bigger. You see what I'm saying? So you know, to me, it ain't skill. It's just the advantage of Canelo doping power and all that shit. You know what I'm saying? It's a reason why he haven't fought them guys up at that weight class. You know what I'm saying? That he ran and did what he had to do. And for Jermell Charlo, I mean, it's just a payday for him. He don't lose no belts. He don't lose no clout. Well, he lost clout because we thought he would put up a better fight. we thought he would put up a fight and fight like a lion when he didn't. You know what I'm saying? So that's the whole thing for me. You know what I'm saying? He just didn't go out there and, you know, say show his heart. You know what I'm saying? He just kind of, you know, gave up. You know, I mean, I think he would have got more respect if he would have went out there and went all out and got knocked out. And, you know, so I know that's easy for me to say sitting here, you know what I'm saying? But, you know, that's the kind of, once you put out a certain kind of reputation that's how you is, you got to ride with that, bro. You can't just, you know, fall back and, you know, become the cowardly lion when we thought you were ferocious. That's all I'm saying. And so, to me, it just looked like a setup fight. That's all. It just looked like he just, to other people, they think Canelo is just too much. I don't think Canelo is too much. I just think that Canelo just went out there. He was respectful, too respectful from the beginning. He was splitting time between camp and going home, playing with his kids. And I've never seen that from him before. So when you start seeing fighters doing different stuff in their personal life, instead of just locking in and training, I just tend to think that, the shit wasn't real. It's just a payday. He's been asking for this payday for years, and he finally got it. So to me, it just kind of like spits in the face of fans that was really supporting him. You know what I'm saying? So, now his brother, Jermell, is looking for a fight with Canelo. And I just think that's going to be another situation where, he's going to go in there and lay down for Canelo. So I can't get up for that fight. I can't get up for the Jermell Charlo Canelo fight. And I don't even know why they're trying to push this Bud Crawford's Canelo fight. I don't think that's going to happen. So, he's trying to ride off the clout off Canelo's name. Now that, he don't even want that second fight with Errol Spence Jr. because I think with Blu-ray being back in the corner of Errol Spence Jr., I think he knows it's going to be a different fight. There's no surprises now. Now he knows what Crawford is going to throw at him. He knows what Crawford's going to look like when he comes into the fight. So he knows how he's got to train, and he knows he's going to have to be 100% when he goes into that ring. And from what I'm hearing, the fight is going to be at a catch weight. So Errol Spence Jr. don't have a shot at the belts. You know what I'm saying? So, that is smart call. Crawford is a ruthless dude, man. You know what I'm saying? So, if you're talking about a catch weight, that protects his status at 147. But I think it's going to be a different fight. I don't think Errol Spence Jr. Of course, they said he had a rib injury too. They had a bad camp where he was hurt, and they're saying that it's coming out now that that's what was wrong with him. That he didn't really get to work out. He couldn't spar the last few weeks of that training camp. So that's why he went into the fight looking like that. What do you think, Jude?
Yeah, man. I like with the whole you talking about Charlo, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I just don't. Man, I don't. A lot of people say it was a money grab, bro. It's one of the things where it can go either way for me because, it could have either been a money grab or he really could have thought he could have won that fight and found out quick that he was outmatched. But when I was watching that fight, bro, I'm feeling the pressure the whole time. Like, I'm looking at this fight and I'm feeling the pressure that Canelo putting on. I'm feeling it from home. And I'm like,
how? He wasn't even, when you say pressure, he was putting
more like mental. Yeah, more like mental pressure, like not knowing. Like, basically was that Charlo not knowing, man, where this punch about to come from. I felt it like Canelo was stalking him, and then everything Charlo was hitting Canelo with, Canelo was eating. Now, we know he got a chin, but, like you said, a lot of it might be that juice power. Like, man, he was walking through that shit, but, like Canelo looked like a Dragon Ball Z character in there, bro. I'm being real with you. Like, the way he was eating punches.
Didn't Rosario put the same kind of pressure? Well, he put more pressure on Jermell. He put all kind of pressure on Jermell, backing him up against the ropes, hitting him to the body. Rosario could hit too. You know what I'm saying?
I think, like you said, I think it's that mental pressure that Charlo didn't know. You know what I'm saying? Knowing that like just one of these punches can put me out forever. Like that's what I'm talking about. I think that's what he was feeling like, man. Just one of these is enough to end the fight.
And you're right, Cooking when Frank. He says, Bud don't want to fight no Boots. None of those kind of guys. He says, I'm taking both of them over Bud. He said he doesn't deserve a Canelo payday. And my thing is, why are you talking about all these fights when you got a rematch with Errol Spence Jr.? That's disrespectful. You got a rematch coming up.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with him. They're talking about, all these other dudes. Like, bro, then like I said, what kind of confused me is when the dude was telling everybody that, yeah, you remember he first told us, yeah, I'm gonna fight Errol Spence back at 154 if that's what we want to do. Then he turned around and told us, no, I want it back at 147. But he also told us all Spence got to do is put it in writing, and we gonna fight at whatever weight he can make. All he got to do is.
That wasn't true. That wasn't even true.
That's what I'm saying. Like, why I say that? My point is, like, bro, why would you say that all Spence got to do is put in there writing if you're gonna turn around and say, "Nah, we doing it at 147 anyway"? I'm confused, bro.
And see, if he do it back at 147, that means the undisputed gonna be on the line. You know what I'm saying? So that don't even make sense either, because you know Crawford don't want to give him a chance to become undisputed. So I'm thinking more of a catch weight or something like that, because you see how this guy moves. You know, he's not moving in a way that's that's on an honorable level. You know what I'm saying? You don't want Spence to have that undisputed. You know what I'm saying? So I could see him trying to do a catch weight with Spence. You know, plus he knows that Spence probably ain't gonna be drained this fight. Well, he'll be drained, but he's gonna be in better conditioning. You know, I don't know why Errol Spence Jr. didn't go with Blu-ray from the beginning. I just don't understand it, because that's when he's at his best weight. That's when he has his that's when he's in his best health or best conditioning. When he got Blu-ray, and now he finally got Blu-ray. I think Crawford understands that, you know, he may not even fight. He may not even fight Spence. He may just try to do something else. Look like that's what he's trying to do. Or he's just trying to use Canelo name to drum up more stardom. You know, because he was at that Jermell Charlo fight. And Spence wasn't, which was kind of bad in my light, in the way I look at it. Because you would think, you know, Errol Spence Jr. would be there to support Jermell Charlo, you know. I don't know what's going on between them boys right there. I don't know if they planning to fight each other or what's going on, but it's something definitely different. You know, ever since Junior took a loss to Terence Crawford, I just don't know what's going on with that. You know, because them boys supposed to be brothers, and so I think Errol should have been there. You know, unless they've talked about it already. Said Bud is a Weezer type dude. We all know his type. He's 36 and hasn't fought one champion in their prime and healthy. He says fans call him better than Floyd. Well, they trying to compare him with Sugar Ray Robinson. You know what I'm saying? And I say if Sugar Ray Robinson was on PEDs, yeah, I could see that comparison. You know what I'm saying? But Sugar Ray Robinson fought motherfuckers back to back. You know what I'm saying? He fought Jake LaMotta, you know what I'm saying, 2, 3, 4 times and shit. So, you know what I'm saying, he can't be compared to Sugar Ray Robinson. Sugar Ray Robinson was a real competitor. And even though he was a diva, you know what I'm saying, he would do some stuff that, you know, really wouldn't fight unless he would negotiate as he was, you know, about to fight, you know, things like that. He would do some really crazy things, but you know what I'm saying, at least he fought the fights that we want, you know, we hear of the legendary fights. He did go fight them guys. It was just about money with him, and he got what he wanted, and we saw the fights. But with Bud, you know, so he's trying to avoid tough fights. You know, he's trying to avoid the Jerome Boots sentences. He don't want no part of Boots. He's messed that fight up a number of times. Trying to drag Boots to BLK Prime, and that was fake, bro. Where is BLK Prime? What other fights do they have on the roster? None. So that's just a BS. Whoever over Crawford, it's some shady stuff going on over there, because they keep trying to drag people, you know, say out the mainstream into these little shady alleys, back deals, and it's like you don't understand it. You know, he's over there with Victor Conte, and now his performance is better, and he's got more power. His gloves bust up during fights. You know, saying one glove open. You know what I'm saying, and the other one's closed, and you know what I'm saying, they squeeze in his gloves during. He's like, bro, what is going on over there? You know what I'm saying, in the Crawford camp, and is that going to affect Stevenson and all the other guys that's over there around Crawford? Are they going to get the same kind of ethics? You know what I'm saying, in boxing, you know, bring that shit to boxing. And Stevenson going to be over there on the Victor Conte undetectable stuff. Is he going to go down that path? I don't think he needs it, but you know what I'm saying. It's like really it's really sad that it's come down to this. You know what I'm saying. I hope Errol won't be so naive going into this next match. You know, so they need to check that glove to make sure that shit ain't cut. They need to watch them wraps. You know what I'm saying, on Crawford. They can't do nothing about what's in the system, but what they can do is make sure Blu-ray train the shit out of EJ. You know what I'm saying? And make sure he's 100%. Make sure he has a great camp. I think that'll give him a chance to go in there and do what he got to do. You know what I'm saying? 'Cause I'm just tired of looking at these guys going in not ready. You know what I'm saying? Having all these layoffs and going in there half-ass. You know what I'm saying? And we paying $89, $84.99 and stuff for fights and stuff. You know, it's like we getting cheated here. We're getting hustled out our money. He said Bud wouldn't last 6 rounds versus Ray Robinson. Of course, them guys went 15 rounds. You know, back then. You know. Let's see. He said, "Pool, we saw Mario's bar." Yeah, I think he trained with Bud. Them. He said, "I think Mario Warriors had a camp with them." He says, "Pool, we just saw Mario's knocking Ugas down with jabs." He said, "We saw Bud knocking Errol Silly with jabs." He said, "We saw Eubanks recently too, all with snack, right?" Yeah. That's what we see. Something is going on in that camp, and if you look at it, it all stems from Tyson Fury and his gloves, and the way he was able to beat whatever secret it is in that glove, or with the snacks and all of the programs that's going together. It's starting to float around now the other fights. You know what I'm saying? Because none of these guys got power like that. Tyson Fury don't have power like that. All these weak arm punching guys all of a sudden, got stupid power. You know what I'm saying? All of a sudden, they can knock you out with a jab. They can knock you down with a jab. Maurice Boris looked like he was a whole nother level fighter out there. I mean, I was like looking at him like, oh my God, he is really busting Ugas up with the jabs, man. Them little small inside jabs and stuff. He was cutting Ugas up, working on his eye, hitting them with left hooks, little short left hooks on the inside. His movement, his neck was huge. Mario Barrios, he just looked like a whole different fighter. I wouldn't even put Tank in with Mario Barrios at 140. This Mario Barrios that we see right now is a whole different fighter. And coming out of that camp, it's just kind of like suspect, that they need to be investigated. Saying something going on. Saying I know once you have a big fight that you get, saying a lot of publicity, saying you get people start to, kind of come towards you, saying because you got, your championship status. And for these guys to have that kind of result, saying coming out that camp, it's like it's something going on because they're getting extra power, saying along with the skills and the speed and all of it. Something's going on, man. And hopefully it'll come out. He says, Knuckle Prince. What is it? Knuckle Prince on EJ head, Knuckle Prince on Wilder head. They trying to shut the rears one down, bro. Of course. Yeah, I believe that, Frank. You know what I'm saying? And I've always said that on this channel. It's like it's PBC versus the world. Whatever tactics they got to use to bring down, the core group of fighters that everybody believes in. I don't know. Jermell Charlo just kind of went out, he went out like Willie Lump in my case, saying he knew what he was. To me, it's like when you're a fighter of that caliber, you should know what the deal is. You should know that people are going to try to use, just like Deontay Wilder, he knows people are going to use steroids and all kind of stuff against him. So you got to train accordingly, and my thing is, how dirty boxing is. So you got to train. You got to prepare yourself. Prepare yourself for the battle. I said it a long time ago. This was before the fight even got going with Terence Crawford and the rest. I said, do y'all think that Bud would juice for the fight? And before anybody was talking about it, I was talking about it on my channel. I was saying, do y'all think that Bud Crawford would stoop so low as the juice? And the answer is yes. This was even before he went to snack. Because the vitriol between the fan bases and between Bud Crawford was just so thick that so somebody's going to be tempted to cheat. And of course, if you look at Bud Crawford, he looked like somebody still candy out of the stove. He looked like the guilty one. For some reason, I don't know if it's because You know what I'm saying? Maybe that's that Willie Lynch shit, but he didn't look guilty. He looked guilty. You know what I'm saying? He looked like he's gonna steal a candy at the store. That's what he looked like. And you know, when he came out there with that extra power, and he came out there, you know, saying them jabs were just, well, EJ said that his legs were weak too. You know, he wasn't in, you know, with that rib injury, and he said he was weak. You know, so it's a combination of all these catastrophes coming together on one night. And I'm thinking that if Errol Spence Jr. could get himself together with Blu-ray and have a good training camp, I think we'll see a different fight. I think even Bozy Ennis said it's going to be a different fight. Not a lot of people think that it's going to be a different fight, but I do. I think that we didn't see the true matchup of the century. You know, I think EJ once he do what he got to do, you know what I'm saying, get back healthy and be able to operate at that weight class. I think we'll see Bud Crawford be more defensive and not as offensive. You know what I'm saying? We'll see him go, working off the back leg more. Yeah, maybe he can outpoint EJ, maybe he can't. You know what I'm saying? But if we get the EJ throwing 100 punches around, we get that EJ pressing forward, that with punch resistance, you know what I'm saying? We're going to see a whole different fight. Cooking with Frank says he said he's at 180 now. So 2 months after the fight, he put on 35 pounds of muscle at 36 years old. We already know what it is. We already know what it is. It's just almost like it's a game that we play in boxing, like we don't know. So since we don't know, we can't do nothing about it. So they're gonna just cheat their ass off. That's why he's not gonna get the Canelo Alvarez fight, because they got the same connect. You know what I'm saying? You got two steroid monsters, floating around in boxing. So, Canelo Alvarez is not gonna take that fight. With another steroid monster. Because he don't know what the hell Crawford could do to him, taking all that shit and getting into the ring with him. He says, Cooking with Frank says, he said he came out with Eminem. He came out with Eminem and said, the stage was being set. He said they need to test Bud like they did Floyd. Yeah, exactly. And you know what? They need to use USADA or somebody else. They don't need to use VADA, because VADA is corrupt. I believe VADA is corrupt because they too close with Victor Conte. You know what I'm saying? Didn't he start the program or some shit like that? Didn't he start VADA? You know what I'm saying? He's the one who wrote the bylaws of VADA, right? So, their fight is like if Amy Baumgartner had went to, she requested to use VADA. That should tell you a lot. Right there. She requested VADA, but they tested her through USADA, I believe. And guess what? They found all kind of rainbow juice in her ass. You know what I'm saying? So that should tell you where boxing is right now.
Hey, she been real quiet. I heard people talking about something when it first went down. That's my hope. She only quiet until she get it. Nah, man, I think she quiet because she good.
Yeah, I mean, if you test positive, King Judith, I mean, what else can you say? You know what I'm saying? You're going to come out there and you're going to tell us not to believe the results? You know what I'm saying? Oh, I'm innocent, even though I just got caught with 3 different kinds of banned substances in my blood. I don't know how that got there. You know what I'm saying? I ate 5 lemons, and, you know what I'm saying? I ate 5 lemons that was at a, you know what I'm saying, at a nuclear testing site. And that's how it got in my system. It's like, get out of here. You know what I'm saying? You know, that stuff shit, your body don't produce that. So it's like, what are you talking about? You ate 5 lemons, or, you know what I'm saying, or ate 30 eggs, or, you know what I'm saying? Bro, get out of here, bro. You cheated. You know what I'm saying? You cheated. Now people can't look at you the same. And that's why I'm like I am with Canelo. I think he's a cheater. I think he's going to retire a cheater. And I think the boxing public gonna let him cheat, just like they always been doing. It's like only the guys that's doing it the natural way, they're gonna lose out in boxing because they're not cheating. He says, Cooking with Frank says they need to use 3 agencies, all independent testing exactly. check those ragged ass gloves before and during the fight. Exactly. That boy was terrified of Errol. Yep. To do all that cheating. Yeah. And you know, how can you walk around? My thing is, how can you walk around like you really did something? You know.
Well, you know he ain't got no morals. He ain't got no morals nowhere in sight.
Yes. Yeah, he ain't got no morals. Listen, let me see. What this dude said? He said, how can you guys say Bud was juicing? Why can't he just be better than Errol? Well, if you watch the gloves, the way they were squeezing his gloves, the way they were manipulating his gloves, what you mean? Now, and how you gonna come in there, you know what I'm saying, with all that extra power, bro? You know what I'm saying? Y'all just give Bud like he's this power punching dude. Go back and watch his fights. You don't watch boxing. What you talking about? How can we say that? Could we watch all his fights, bro?
And hey, one thing I noticed too, bro, like you said, you pointed something out that stuck out to me, bro, with some damn pimples on his forehead, right? Him walking around with them. And then, hey, know what else make a lot of sense to me now, Paul? You remember when he bumped into Derrick James, and Derrick James was like, "What up?" And then Crawford was like, "What up?" Like he wanted to fight, but they let you know his head, his testosterone was off the charts. Like this nigga, something was wrong with him. That's why Derrick James like, man, this nigga retarded.
Yeah, I mean, it's more than that, man. I mean, if you start hanging out with a drug or PED scientist, what are you talking about? It's like you trying to make it seem like it's something wrong with what we're talking about. If you start hanging out, if you don't hang out with a drug scientist, bro, people will accuse you of being on PEDs. You know, you got a dude that's been kicked out of baseball, been kicked out of every sport, bodybuilding, for what? Making steroids, homeboy. That's what Victor Conte does. You know what I'm saying? He's a chemist, you know what I'm saying, who's able to rearrange molecules to he can make cocaine legal. You know what I'm saying? By changing the mixture of the substance. How do you think we keep getting all these drugs that's on the market, you know what I'm saying, that's out here in the streets, and they're not illegal? You know what I'm saying? Because there's something different. You know what I'm saying? Because these guys keep changing up the makeup. You know, these are chemists, you know what I'm saying? So you could take out, you know what I'm saying, certain elements of PEDs so they don't be PEDs, right? Because you know the makeup of it, but you still get the benefits of, you know what I'm saying, the substance that's inside of them to help you train longer. Now, will you grow an extra arm when you get older out your neck? You know, maybe that might happen later on down the line. You know what I'm saying? But for now, you know what I'm saying, if you go in there and you can recover faster, you know what I'm saying, you can get bigger in a short amount of time, you can get extra strength, extra speed. If you're already athletic, bro, what are you talking about? We've seen all the man fights. You know what I'm saying? It's like we've seen him walk away from negotiations, you know what I'm saying, to go test that stuff on David Avenesian. You know what I'm saying? We've seen what he was doing, bro. What are you talking about? Put it together. You know what I'm saying? Don't be a sheep all your life. He said, bro, he jumped on Trey Zone a year ago, roid rage. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? All this stuff is gonna pop up later on soon. Y'all seen him at the pre-weigh-ins, how he had all that stuff over his shirt. He covering up all them damn pimples on his back. See, there's a process that you go through, and it has side effects. And he was covering up those side effects. You know what I'm saying? But you've seen the pimples on his forehead like he a teenager. Pimples all in his face.
Yeah, I've seen it. Yeah, I ain't had a pimple, but I ain't had a pimple since high school, bro.
Yeah, I mean, you got to watch it. Look at Janabek when he got pimples all on his back and shit. You know what I'm saying? It's like, bro, these dudes are juicing up. You know what I'm saying? He knew he just couldn't go in there with his little self, and so he had to power up and he had to get his weight up. So that's what they mean by they've been preparing for 5 years.
Right.
But he didn't get the best EJ because he had a bad camp. He had bruised ribs or broke ribs or whatever it was, and he wasn't going to mess up that payday. He says about the power. It was about power in that fight, and it was about skill. Bro, you just ignored everything I talked about. You know what I'm saying? He says if Devin knocks out Regis, he said if Devin knock out Regis, he said, I'm done with watching boxing. He said, let's see Devin develop haymaker jab like Bud, Well, if he goes over there and mess with Bomac, he's gonna come out with something. He's gonna come out with something extra. You know what I'm saying? So it wasn't about the power. You know what I'm saying? No, it was about them damn gloves. It was about him punching from the bottom of his glove using his knuckles, just like Tyson Fury did against Deontay Wilder. Go back and watch the fight and watch how they maneuver in that glove. Then come back and talk to me. That glove wasn't even connected, dude. Watch the left hand glove. Wasn't even connected. You know, so they were maneuvering that glove against Errol Spence Jr. too. He says, cooking with Frank. He said, I think EJ was on some painkillers for that busted rib. That's what. You know what? I never thought about. You know, because I couldn't really say that he was high, but I knew something was wrong with the way his eyes were half masked, and. Right. You know what I'm saying? He didn't look like he was in shape for the fight before the fight. You know, he just looked like he was like, I thought it was weight drain because the way his face was looking, he just looked like he was like he had no energy, like he was already tired. And then he admitted in the first round when they came into his round to listen that he was tired. I was like, EJ don't ever get tired in a fight, my brother, ever. So for people who are saying like, Bud was just too good, you know, y'all not real boxing fans, bro. It's like, yeah, this is for purists who want to see two fighters fight, you know what I'm saying, 100%. You know what I'm saying? This ain't for like fan type of dudes who just want to see their fighter win. You know, this is for, you know, if Bud get in there and beat Errol Spence Jr. that's, you know, at his best, yeah, okay. You know what I'm saying? But if you see that something wrong in the fight, you know what I'm saying? And then you still talking about Bud is the best, then nobody's like really listening to that. You know what I'm saying? Because we see that there was a lot of things going on in this fight that Bud fans are not questioning. You know what I'm saying? And that's how we know where your mentality is. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, because people want to give folks their credit for what's really, you know, give them they do for, you know what I'm saying, something that's fair in the fight. And what we saw was Crawford doing some weird shit with his gloves. You know what I'm saying? We saw him, you know what I'm saying, with all this extra power. He come out with a net on his pants, you know what I'm saying? You don't do none of that. Crawford don't even act like that. You know what I'm saying, before fights. But he did that with Errol Spence Jr. You know why? Because he had a lot of extra shit going on. You know what I'm saying? He knew what he had going on. So when people get on that PED juice, man, it's like they already know that they coming with that extra power. They coming with that extra, you know what I'm saying? They coming with that advantage. That's why he came out with a net on his pants. You know what I'm saying? This don't tell nobody that. They be telling on themselves. You know what I'm saying? If you're in a 50-50 fight, you're going to be nervous. You know what I'm saying? You're going to be confident. You might be confident in yourself, but you ain't going to come out with no fishnet on your damn shorts. That's because you got an advantage, bro. You got tricks up your sleeve. And a lot of people come with the thing of saying, if you're not cheating, you ain't trying. Bro, get out of here with that, bro. This is a sport. You know what I'm saying? You need to have some integrity when we talking about the top fight, because we want to see who is actually the best. Not, you know, I'm not a Crawford fan, but if I thought it was a fair fight and it was 1-on-1 and he beat Errol Spence Jr., I mean, I would have to admit that. If I saw Errol Spence Jr. glove, you know, opening up, you know what I'm saying, all vertical and shit, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, boxing gloves, you know, say they are connected, but they needed to manipulate that glove to get them knuckles up in there, just like Tyson Fury did. You know what I'm saying? You know, it is what it is. It ain't got nothing to do with no style. It ain't got to do with no technique. You know what I'm saying? What it got to do with is Errol Spence Jr. just wasn't himself. He wasn't able to spar for 4 weeks. He couldn't get the power. With no power on his punches. You know what I'm saying? It's his style. I mean, get out of here, bro. The man ain't had no timing, no balance. He didn't have his legs. Man wasn't 100%. Hell, he wasn't 100% against Danny Garcia. You know what I'm saying? You saw him take a break. You know, when you see a fighter change their fighting style, and you know what I'm saying, this man, I'm going to say somebody who got some of the best balance in boxing is Errol Spence Jr. You know what I'm saying? The way he anchored himself down to throw punches. In that fight, he got knocked down with a jab, bro. Get out of here. He said he knew his reel wasn't ready. He was doped up. He got knocked down with a jab, bro. He looked like he was vulnerable. He looked like he was about to take an ass whipping. He just didn't look like he was in shape. He says, salute Pool County. He says, been a minute, fam. Yes, sir. Been on that road. You know how I do. I ain't like these other guys, you know. I ain't on no Social Security checks. Or, you know what I'm saying? You know, me and Judah, we got to hit the road, you know what I'm saying, and go make this money. I can only come back when I can and you know what I'm saying, chop it up with everybody. He said, you guys give Errol too much credit for Ugas. He said, look at what Warriors did to him. These guys at the end of their career. I don't understand what Tip King 360. How are we giving Errol too much credit? When you open your eyes, bro, you know what I'm saying? If you see somebody get hit by a damn car, you know what I'm saying? They ain't gonna be, and you come in and saying they should fight the very same way, you know what I'm saying, a few months later, then, you know, we mentioned that, and you're trying to say that, you know, we giving, you know, a person too much credit after they done been through all kind of shit, bro. I mean, I don't think that Errol, he wasn't even 100% in that damn Ugas fight. You know, his balance wasn't right during that fight either. You know what I'm saying? He was off balance on that motherfucker too. It's just that Ugas gave him a straight up fight. He wasn't on no juice. You know what I'm saying? He wasn't manipulating no gloves, hitting him with the knuckles. You know what I'm saying? From the bottom of the damn glove, and your team moving the glove around and shit so you don't get caught. You know what I'm saying? He wasn't doing no tricks like that. You know, that ain't about Errol Spence Jr. That's about cheating ass Bud Crawford. You know what I'm saying? That's what you're not looking at. You know what I'm saying? Oh, cheating ass nigga. He says EJ beat Ugas after he said EJ beat Ugas after Pacquiao, the Boreals after EJ breaking him down. There's a difference. You know what I'm saying? Cooking with Frank says let me get this nigga up out of here, man, with that bullshit. You come here trolling me. It's too early for niggas like you. Get out of here. Let's see. He says there was squeezing his gloves so Bud can pull his fist. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like they know that. But you know, if you don't want to acknowledge that, that's cool. You know what I'm saying? You don't have to acknowledge it. I'm just telling you what I believe. I don't even get why do you think these people come to other people's channels trolling, bro? Like it even matters, bro. I mean, just to waste your time as a grown ass man just don't make no sense. You know? Yeah,
they come, but you know what I'm saying, they got an emotional attachment. They don't like to keep it real about what is real. You know what I'm saying? Like I mean, that's why I want to see the rematch. You know, the rematch will solve all problems. You know, we would have nothing to talk about after you see it again.
You know what I think, King Judah? I think when you sign for a fight, I think you should be under watch. I think they should pay. I think the networks and everybody should put in money to watch these fighters to make sure they're not cheating. I really believe that it done got that bad to the point where they need to be in the camps with these fighters to make sure they're not juicing, to make sure they're not doing anything extra. You know what I'm saying? Because now you know, if you just by human nature, you know what I'm saying, you're going to be tempted to cheat, especially if you're talking about a competitive sport. You know what I'm saying? I don't even want to say that. It's very few fighters that would just go in and use, you know what I'm saying, just be natural. You know what I'm saying? Go in without cheating and fighting. But when you have a big fight and you're scared to lose in front of your family, in front of your city, you've been compared to Errol Spence Jr. your entire career, that you're not better than him, and you feel like you know what I'm saying, you're the smaller guy, you feel like you're the weaker guy, and you want to overcome this situation. So you go to Victor Conte, you know what I'm saying, to give you the upper hand. That's despicable. That is a despicable move. And for his fans that accept that, you know what I'm saying, it's like those are not the kind of dudes you want, you know what I'm saying, to debate in boxing. You know what I'm saying? Because you don't look at boxing as a sport. You know what I'm saying? You look at boxing as an event. You look at boxing differently than I do. You know what I'm saying? So for you to have bragging rights and stuff, you know, you don't understand, bro. You know, the only way you can do that is if you got two natural fighters. You know what I'm saying? You got one fighter manipulating the situation, trying to use tricks and all this kind of shit, man. It's like that's not, you don't get nothing from trolling off of that. You know what I'm saying? The only way you get to troll is if you got two guys at the top of their game, and you know what I'm saying, you'll fight or lose. You know what I'm saying? And I don't think that's the case here between Errol Spence Jr. and Bud Crawford. I think Bud is one of them dudes that he'll try to win by any means necessary. And now he's walking around and he still ain't a star because he's not a draw. He thinking he can fight Canelo, and Canelo understands that he's another steroid monster. So why would he get in the ring with another dude that's gonna cheat like him? You got two minds that think alike. You know what I'm saying? You think Crawford gonna fight a Boots or fight Danny Garcia or Keith Thurman? Hell no, those are risky fights. He'll have to go see once you have to do all this preparation and shit to get the upper hand. That's why I call Bud Black Canelo. You know what I'm saying? Because you got to do all this shit to get in line to get a game plan to get the advantage in the fight. And they're not gonna fight you if you have to do all that shit against all these fighters. Unless they got to prepare. They got to get the glove. How they gonna do it? They got to get Victor Conte, you know what I'm saying? They got to get the training. They're not going to do all that shit against Keith Thurman, Danny Garcia. That's too many fights. At some point, you're going to get caught. I mean, look, his gloves look upside down in the David Avanesian fight. Them gloves look like, I'm talking about, look like they've been through on the washing machine. Look like they had been ran over about 15 times, and nobody said nothing. Nobody said, hey man, your gloves look like somebody blowtorched your gloves, man. They're like, oh man, they were just tore before I came to the ring. Okay, all right, we're just gonna move on to the next one. Nobody ain't saying shit about it. Oh, Crawford just too good. You know what I'm saying? There ain't nothing about them damn gloves and shit, man. That just look like neck bone grease, all destroyed them. You know what I'm saying? It's like so. They want to close their eyes to that kind of stuff. But it's a lot of cheating going on the Crawford camp. It's a lot of cheating going on over there. And that, if they don't want to admit it, they don't want to admit it. That's okay. You know what I'm saying? We'll see. It'll all come out, I do believe. He said this generation is about finesse. He said they ain't about earning greatness. He says Bud ain't great until he beats another great who's healthy in their prime. I agree. 100%. I agree with that. 100%. You know what I'm saying? Cooking with Craig says, bro, you seen how Bud was raised. He said mama never gave him credit, so he wants extra credit from someone else. Yeah, but this ain't the way to do it. You think people can't see? He said, you think people can't see what he's doing? You know what I'm saying? In the ring, they can't see them gloves all jacked up. I'm saying I've never seen a glove. I have never ever, besides Tyson Fury, seen a glove open up like that in the fight. And you know what? I saw it during the fight, but I was like, I was just like, maybe it popped or something. You know what I'm saying? Something. But the shit was rounded off. The glove was rounded off and shit. And it looked like he opened his hand. I was like, what the hell is going on with his glove? Like, you know what I'm saying? But, I was so into, him knocking down EJ 3 times. I'm like, how the hell that happened? But I'm looking at this flicked ass glove, and I'm just like, that shit is huge. You know what I'm saying? It was like big, opening up, and then he's blocking punches, opening up his hand. I'm like, bro, if y'all don't stop, you know what I'm saying, with the bullshit, you know what I'm saying? It's like, y'all accept that? You know what I'm saying? Y'all accept that crap? Go back and watch the fight. You'll see his glove all lumped up. You'll see his glove all opened up. Shit look like he got extra pillow in the damn glove or something. You know what I'm saying? It's just ridiculous, bro. He says, he said, Buzz go up to 168, he would be slower and would gas easier. He said Canelo would knock Bud out. Danilo versus Bud. Man, come on. Canelo already said that he don't want to fight Bud. He already said it. So Bud is just using his name to get more clout. Because Canelo already made the decision. He's not going to get any credit for knocking out Bud Crawford. Now, I don't know if this is something that they're putting out there and something they're trying to do, but Bud Crawford has never sold. This is his first fight with Errol Spence Jr., where I think they did like $600,000 600,000 pay-per-views, right? This is the first fight that's happening for him. Now he's trying to act like he's some kind of pay-per-view attraction. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on, bro. I mean, you did 4,000 pay-per-views at BLK Prime. You did about 4,000 pay-per-views, bro. 4,000 or 5,000. Bro, you're not a draw. Nobody is looking at Bud Crawford like he's a boxing star. And for me, it's just downright dirty that they use these dirty tactics, you know what I'm saying, to end the fight. He was elbowing EJ. You know what I'm saying? He was hitting him with elbows and shit. It's like this dude is just no good for boxing, bro. You know what I'm saying? This dude, and for, you know, but really I'm mad with EJ. I'm mad with EJ for, you know, opening himself up to that. You know, if he had a rib injury, he should have, I think he should have postponed it. I think he still would have made good money. Later on, I think he should have fought Keith Thurman. I think that's something that should have happened. He should have fought Keith Thurman. You know what I'm saying? That would have gave him the tune-up to, you know what I'm saying, to get in shape. You know what I'm saying? To like really, you know, give him a better assessment the way he is. You know what I mean? I think that's what he should have done. What's going on, Robert and Emily Jones in the building? I think that would have gave him a better assessment of where he is. You know, that, you know, we knew something was going on with EJ when you're talking about, you know, saying the way he looked, you know, what I'm saying, in that fight and his whole mood, you know, what I'm saying, going into the Crawford fight. You know, Crawford was 100%. You know, what I'm saying, of course, you know. You got juice in your system. You got weird gloves going on. You know what I'm saying? Of course you in your element. You feeling confidence. When have you ever seen Bud Crawford come to the fight like he's totally confident he gonna win like that with a fishnet on his damn shorts? That should have told you right there he was juicing, that he had some bullshit going on. Just his swag, his whole swag towards the fight. That should have told you something. So, you know, to me, it's just despicable. His whole camp. I think his whole camp is despicable because I don't think they had no intentions on fighting that man, you know what I'm saying, on the 100% level. And that's just what I think. You know what I'm saying? You know, everybody else, they don't have to think like that. I'm just telling you, you know. I don't think EJ, he might have been on painkillers, you know. But there is a reason why we saw what we saw, you know. He said, cooking when Frank said his gloves been suspect for years now. Yeah. And, you know, I was so surprised because, you know, when Boxing Outlet, you know, put us on game, because I really wasn't thinking about his gloves like that. Even after the David Avenesian, I really wasn't thinking about the gloves like that. And going back to look at the other gloves, you know what I'm saying, throughout the division. And then when he went on this knockout, this TKO spree, I never thought about going back, look at the gloves. And then you see the gloves were open, you know what I'm saying, on a lot of the Sean Porter fight. David Avenesian, you go back and look at his gloves are all jacked up, bro. It's like, whoa. Instead of talking about the black Canelo, maybe he's the black Tyson Fury. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe he's not the black Canelo. Maybe he's the black Tyson Fury. And you know what? Remember when I was talking in my live stream when he went over there talking to Tyson Fury and he was trying to get on? They were trading secrets. How you do that glove like that? How you knocked out Wilder? You know what I'm saying? How you do that and look like that's what he did? He said the gloves Crawford had on looked like the same gloves Madonna tried to use against Mayweather, but Mayweather team tried on the gloves and the glove had no pad. Exactly. It's maybe he's the black Tyson Fury. Yeah, he got the same ties as that. That's why. Remember when he left Top Rank and he went over there to Dubai and he had on the whole desert outfit, and that's when he was going through all this shit, learning all this little cheat ass shit. You know what I'm saying? When he went over there talking to Tyson Fury, and it was like, what is Bud doing? You know what I'm saying? What is he doing over there? Well, what he was doing was he was learning how Tyson Fury to do that glove crap. That's what he was doing. You know what I'm saying? How to slip your glove down and how to manipulate, teaching cheat tactics. You know what I'm saying? That's all Tyson Fury got for you. You know, what else can Tyson Fury teach you but how to cheat? You know, and it's just despicable, man, the way, you know, these guys have no morals, no ethics, no nothing. But yet you want to walk around with your chest out because you done cheated this man out of his legacy. You know, I mean, I just don't understand, you know, how EJ feel. I don't even know if they're going back and watching some of the things that the YouTubers are saying and just looking at the fight and go back and look at the fight and see how he lost. You know, I mean, I know he's sitting on 25 million, so he probably don't even care. You know, at this point, he probably don't even care. But he's going into a rematch with a guy. He's going with a guy that got all this stuff going on. He says, Cooking with Frank said he was over there with McKinnon and Fury planning. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. He was over there with Kinahan during that time when he left Top Rank, and Fury. They, you know, it's like they were preparing. It was preparing to do what they did. He said planning for just to tell me. He said the planning for this just tells me Bud was really scared of EJ. Yeah, he couldn't afford to lose. You know, his ego wouldn't allow him. If you look at a competitive person like Bud Crawford, they'll do anything. You know what I'm saying? They'll do anything. You know, if he had to shoot EJ, if he had to shoot with a weapon, you know what I'm saying? You could do anything so he wouldn't take the deal. You know, that's what it was. You know, that's when I see that fishnet on his shorts, I see something going on. When I see the fishnet coming out with all that confidence and stuff, I said he knows something that we don't know. You know, he knows something that EJ don't know. Come on, they work hard. They put in the work. I bet you did. We worked hard. We had a pre-camp. We had a camp before the camp. I know you did. I know you had a camp before the camp. So that's why you was over there in Dubai, and that's why you was over there talking to Tyson Fury now. Because, you know, saying, I don't know if you paid for the secrets or how to do your gloves and what to take that's undetectable, you know what I'm saying? Get with Victor Conte. I don't know what it was, but you came in there overconfident. You came in there knowing that you was going to beat EJ. And it wasn't about skills. It was about whatever, you know, tricks of the trade that you had going on. And that's what I believe. You know, for the rematch, EJ is going to have to, he's going to have to do some research, bro. He's going to have to like really get himself in top condition with Blu-ray. And I think Blu-ray need to like really put EJ through his paces, get himself up to that Chris Algieri shape. If he could get to that point, you know, get himself in that Chris Algieri shape. Because if you get in that Chris Algieri shape, that'll give him a better chance, you know what I'm saying, to win. You know, I don't know what, you know, damage EJ done took. If it's rib, you know, I don't know how long let me see how long it takes to recover from a rib injury. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if he broke his ribs or if he just bruised them. I don't know. But what I do know is that if they talking about he's going to get a beating worse than before, you know what I'm saying, he's still probably on that shit. He's probably, he talking about he's back in training. Yeah, he's back to cheating. You know what I'm saying? He's probably back with Victor Conte. He probably got some juice in the jug in the refrigerator. And, you know what I'm saying? It's like he's right back to doing whatever it is he did to win the first fight. So I just wish we could have like some kind of commission to watch these boys and test them through different independent agencies, like Cooking with Frank was saying. I wish that could happen because it's messing up the real legacy of boxing. I think this is a fake era of boxing. Too much juicing going on. I'm saying too many steroids, too many, you know, people, you know, getting through the cracks and stuff. You know, we just watched Manny Pacquiao, you know, saying, you know, fly through 8 divisions and shit, you know. And nobody said nothing about his head getting bigger, nothing about his calves the size of people's head, you know, his legs cramping. You know what I'm saying? Throwing 1,000 punches around. You know what I'm saying? Nobody say nothing about that. He's still trying to fight at damn 40, 45 years old. He's still trying to fight. He said, Cooking with Frank says, all EJ needs to do is be the old EJ. He said they just have to make sure Bud is clean and check those gloves. If those two things happen, we'll see how great Bud is. I don't think we're going to see it, though. You know, the dude is already back in training. He probably already took what he had to take to get the regiment going. You know what I'm saying? That what kept up to keep him at that level. So he's probably already back, you know what I'm saying, doing what the hell he did before. You know what I'm saying? Only thing now, he can't do that glove thing. Because now people are going to be watching how they squeezing his gloves and moving his gloves and all that shit. People are going to be watching for that. I just don't understand how Derek James, he don't know none of these tricks. You know, he seemed like he's a good trainer, but he seemed like he's a naive trainer. You know, especially if you bring in Buddha into your life and shit like that. Buddha, you know what I'm saying, all that Buddhism, you know what I'm saying? You know, you can't expect the best out of people. You know what I'm saying? You got to know how devious folks are. You got to know the tricks to the trade. Just like, I don't know if y'all remember when Ali and Liston fought, and he put that stuff in Ali's eye, and he was just blinded for a little bit, for a round or two, when he put that limited juice on the glove, and he was trying to blind Ali. And you know, I think that might have been the second fight or first fight. I forget. But he tried, no, I think it was the first fight where he put that stuff in Ali's eye. And, you know, these are tricks to the trade, you know what I'm saying? To cheat the win, you know what I'm saying, to get the knockout. He knocked EJ down 3 times in that fight. When have we ever seen anything like that? He knocked EJ down 3 times, then got a 9th round TKO. Does that even sound right, bro? Said Cooking with Frank says Derek James knows, he just can't come out and say it. He said that's why when he was looking at Bud like that after the fight, he said he probably wanted to kill Bud. I don't know, man. I don't know. He definitely went over there. He was looking at Crawford, and Crawford was looking at him. And see, Crawford, one of them dudes that like to troll and like to confront. You saw how he was looking at Derek James when he was squeezing his glove. And Bud was standing in there like, "What? Look what I did to your boy," right? I was like, bro, how can you stand there knowing what you did, bro? Knowing the cheating that you did, you know, just so you can stand up there in somebody's face, you know what I'm saying? Like you did it naturally, like you did everything the correct way. What's going on, 2 cents? What's happening? So how can you sit up there like you did something right? That shit is ridiculous, bro. So I'm just disgusted. So I just hope in the rematch that Derek, you know what I'm saying, he kind of be more you know what I'm saying, be more assertive, you know what I'm saying, and be more vocal about what's happening. And get EJ prepared, man, because it looked like he ain't got no power over EJ decisions. You know, so he don't have any more influence, you know. Oh man, you know what Crawford does. Crawford like to ride off anybody name that's popping. You know, Canelo already has came out and said that he's not going to fight Bud, but he's going to continue, you know what I'm saying, trying to use Canelo name for clout. Now that he's under the PBC and that fight can be made, you know what I'm saying, he's going to continue talking shit about Canelo just to keep his name connected to Canelo. Canelo don't want to fight no parts of Bud. They got the same connect. You know what I'm saying? If you got the same damn connect, you know what I'm saying, you know he's another steroid monster. So why would he fight Bud? He could come in there and beat shit out of him because like a Trump monkey, because they both own that shit. You know what I'm saying? Excuse me, YouTube. What's going on, 2 cents?
What up, Paul? What up, chat? What y'all got going on today?
Just trying to get some of this boxing talk in, you know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm.
That's what's up. I see you on here talking about Bud. I just seen a post right before I came on here. I seen a tweet about him talking about why was Canelo willing to fight Spence at 160, but not him. So I'm trying to make it imply like Canelo ducking him. I'm like, yeah, I got to
that one right there.
Yeah. Like, man, come on, y'all. And then all of a sudden, Charlo off his hit list. I don't know if you see my video I made about that, but that I knew he was gonna do that. I knew he was gonna pull something like that. As soon as it's time to fight, you always talk about who you want to fight, and you never that you want to fight. When the opportunity come up, now you can finally fight Charlo. Now he off your hit list. I think he went too far.
Well, I mean,
now he's off your hit list. I'm like, how did he get off your hit list? Because he lost to Canelo? Like, what he hasn't done anything to be off your hit list. He went up 2 weight classes to fight the quote unquote best in the weight class, the undisputed champion. He didn't fight how people wanted him to. He wasn't, whatever the case may be. Nothing that happened in that fight should have gotten him off your hit list, unless you've seen something in the fight, unless Charlo showed you something in the fight that you maybe didn't think he could do. Now all of a sudden you don't want to fight him no more.
Well, I don't understand why he don't understand that he's not a draw. You know,
he do. And I don't know why people don't see that Crawford is running around here begging for a fight. I don't know why people don't see that. He's not out here all of a sudden. So all of a sudden, Terence Crawford is challenging the best fighter 3 weight classes up. Exactly. That doesn't even make sense, y'all. Like, we gotta stop it. Like, we gotta be realistic.
I agree with that. You know, since when? You know, you see, you don't want to fight Boots. You know what I'm saying? You see, you don't want to fight the guys that he got a lot. He could make a lot of fights. But then the the most obvious thing is he got a fight coming up with Errol Spence Jr. Why he's not talking about that fight? I don't understand it. What he got a rematch with Errol Spence Jr. coming up.
Exactly.
Why is he not talking about that fight? Why is he talking about Canelo?
He's just overlooking that fight because it was quote unquote so easy the first time. But I'm starting to feel like the rematch is going to be just as important, if not more important, than the first fight because of all the controversy surrounding it.
Mm-hmm.
So now, once again, Spence and Crawford, y'all still both have something to prove. Crawford has to prove that he is as good as he was the first fight and everything that he displayed. And Spence has to prove that he isn't as bad as the first fight with all the things that he displayed. So this is still a big fight. And people saying people not going to watch it, I beg to differ.
Well, I think for the Bud fans, they don't want EJ to get that get back. You know what I'm saying? They want to believe that Bud Crawford is the best, you know what I'm saying, fighter since Sugar Ray Robinson. They want him to have all these accolades, and they don't want him knocked off that pedestal. And they probably feel the fear that EJ is going to come back, you know what I'm saying, better and redeem his name. And you know what I'm saying, they want to put that fight behind Bud, you know what I'm saying, so nobody, you know what I'm saying, they can bury it and say Bud is just a better man, so nobody needs to see that fight. Bud is looking for big paydays. He done already beat Spence. But anybody, I don't care, could beat you for one fight. You know what I'm saying? That don't mean that you're better than that guy. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes you got to fight 2-3 times to figure out who's the better man. Maybe you could be better than that fight on one night, but the next week he could probably beat you. So you gotta fight it out. You gotta have rematches. You know, we know the controversy of the gloves. We saw them manipulating that man's glove. Don't tell me y'all didn't see that. You know what I'm saying? Don't tell me y'all didn't see, how weak EJ was in the fight. You know what I'm saying? All these things, let you know that it wasn't an even battle. So I don't know what these people are talking about. You know what I'm saying? I want to see the fight. I think it's going to be a different fight with the EJ. He got Blu-ray back in his corner. You know what I'm saying?
Somebody told me that the Blu-ray thing was a rumor. He's not back with Blu-ray.
Seriously? The last thing I heard that Blu-ray was back with him. Don't tell me this fool for going to another fight without Blu-ray.
I don't know, man, because I've been saying that, and then somebody came in the chat and was like, he's not back with Blu-ray, that's rumor. But I mean, you never know, because I've also heard he's fired Derrick James and is over in the UK training with Tyson's Fury trainer. So you never know.
I'm just saying, it's like, man, when something come out, then all of a sudden it's disproven. Then
and he's not saying nothing, so everything is always gonna be speculation.
Man, if you don't use Blu-ray, man, look here. Oh my goodness, bro. I don't even know what to say to that. You know, I thought Blu-ray was definitely working with them. Damn, that kind of threw me for a loop right there. So they saying that it's not true? 2 cents? Oh, so they saying it's not true?
Well, somebody, I don't know how reliable the source is, but somebody just came in the chat and was like, "He not with Blu-ray. That's a rumor," because we were talking about it on another panel. I was like, man.
Oh Lord. Now you got me fucked up now.
So I don't know. That just was one person. I don't know. Because I think they said they heard Blu-ray say it on an interview that was a rumor he wasn't working with Spence right now.
What? I was looking. Oh my God. Let's see. Man. Now, if you don't use Blu-ray, that's a big disappointment. You know, I mean, I don't know what kind of shape EJ in, but look like ever since he left Blu-ray, he's been on the decline. You know, I don't know. You know, he gonna have to do something then. You know, bring in, I don't know, some Mayweather, somebody to help him train, or, you know what I'm saying, get his motivation back up or something, because he definitely wasn't at that Jermell Charlo fight. And
nah, he probably wasn't gonna be with people asking him a ton of questions.
That's what I'm saying.
Or he probably knew what was up with that fight. Like, let's be for real.
Oh God, man. Oh God, you're killing me. Oh God. Oh God, man. Don't tell me to say it isn't so.
I don't know, man. That's considered a source. So that was just somebody popping in the chat. So I don't know. But I did hear he was, though, from a more reliable source. I did hear he was back with Blu-ray.
Oh man. It's like I'm just hoping, man. You know what I'm saying? Because if I have to go down there to that damn gym and shit, you know, we're gonna have it out, man. I'm like, look, man, I know I ain't nobody and shit. I don't give a damn. I'm coming here and full kind of boxing. Been backing you for years. You need to get your ass back with Blu-ray. You know what I'm saying? It's like, what are you waiting on, brother? You know what I'm saying? You know, do you know this dude is juiced up? You know what I'm saying? We need to get you some juice.
Oh, somebody in the chat said Blu-ray posted he was working with EJ. So, all right, that's what's up.
You know, you need to get yourself back together, man. You got a whole city, you got a whole state, you know what I'm saying, up under you, bro. You know, I mean, they just kind of killed the whole Bash Boy thing. You know what I'm saying? The whole Texas boy thing. You know what I'm saying?
Man. They got a vendetta against Texas. I don't know what's going on.
It's kind of like the dog. It's like the Legion of Doom. You know what I'm saying? Like they done got together and now they just killing the super friends right now. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's like taking them out one by one.
Taking them out. Hey, we're going to come back stronger than ever, though, for real. Because, I mean, people acting like Charlo's still not the best at 154. And arguably maybe at 160.
Well, you say Mr. AMG said he says Derek James was out of character and irritated during the press conference, probably because he knew EJ was only 13.7%. I think so too, man. But I mean, I really want boxing to get back to where it's a sport and not some WWE type shit, because it's hard talking about this shit if it ain't real.
Well, it's like they want to get, you know, they're trying to reach a younger the social media and stuff. I mean, it's happening. I feel like they're reaching a younger demographic, but the boxers got to stay relevant. You know what I'm saying? They gotta keep their name up because they're not fighting often like that. So we gonna have all the drama. Well,
the drama is, you know, it's you got the purists and then you got the purists.
What when you said before?
Say what?
Oh no, go ahead.
Oh, I said you got the purists and then you got the casual fans. You know what I'm saying? You know, they don't give a damn about the hardcore fans, you know, who watch these guys closely. So if we see something different, we're gonna notice it. You know, somebody's gonna catch it. You know what I'm saying? Just like Boxing Outlet caught the gloves, you know what I'm saying, and put this stuff together. You know what I'm saying? You're gonna catch it, man. You know what I'm saying? Because we know they fighting style. We see the nuances. And to them, they don't give a damn, bro. You know, they don't care that Canelo is not fighting nobody in his weight division. They don't care that he's bringing up somebody from two weight classes down and not fighting nobody in his weight. Where's the criticism?
And now they're talking about I'm not really Canelo. I don't really follow Canelo like that. But now they're saying he about to fight Carlos Adames next.
Ain't no goddamn way.
I seen a video about that yesterday.
Bro, you just gonna ignore your entire weight the class where you are undisputed. You ain't gonna fight none of them dudes.
It don't make sense to me. It could have just been a rumor, but I was like, is he a champion? Like, who is Carlos Adames?
Carlos Adames is a bad motherfucker, man. He bad. 160. He just beat he just beat Julian Williams. Beat the hell out of Julian Williams. That fight. And you know, he bad boy, you know what I'm saying? But he shouldn't be fighting no Canelo Alvarez. You know what I'm saying? He should be fighting David Benavidez or Carlos. I mean, he's just gonna keep that hope. What he want is them guys to fight each other. That's what he want. So they're not on his hit list, you know what I'm saying? And he got a rematch with Demetrius Bivol that he need to get back to.
I mean, he gonna fight that. I know he got 3 fights with the PBC, and to me, it just seemed like he came over here to get the black fighters on his resume, and then he probably retire after this.
Oh wow! Oh wow! That's crazy. Don't say that.
Because I mean, like, how long is the shenanigans gonna continue, Paul? Like, how long? Because it's like, okay, we get it, Canelo. You, the big money, got to face a boxing. Okay, you're a showcase fighter. I can understand that. But when you're a showcase fighter with the belts, that's when it's kind of like, what are you doing? Because like how Tank, he a showcase fighter, but he don't got the belts. Devin got the belts, and he's fighting for his legacy, and Tank's fighting for his paycheck. But you can't fight for a paycheck with the belts. Like you shouldn't be able to do both, because you messing up the sport for real. You're not even you messing up your division. You're not giving nobody else a shot at the titles, and you BSing. Why do the smaller fighters deserve a shot at Canelo, but nobody in the division? That's crazy.
That's because they say Canelo can do what he want to do as the face of boxing. That's why they gave him the franchise belt, so he could move up and down. You know, so he could do what he want to do in the sport. Why haven't they stripped Canelo? Why they stripped Jermell Charlo of the WBO? Gave it and elevated Tim Tszyu, right?
They wanted Tim Tszyu to have that belt so bad, and you know, maybe that's why Charlo didn't even fight Tim Tszyu, or maybe he might still fight him, but ain't no telling what they'll be trying to do to make sure Tim Tszyu get that belt.
And they were so mad that Charlo went up to fight Canelo that they didn't know what to do, because they really wanted that Tim Tszyu fight with Jermell Charlo. They wanted that fight, like they could taste it.
Yeah, you know they just knew for sure Tim Tszyu was gonna beat Charlo.
Yeah, because that's who they want to be champion. That's their next undisputed. But see, I'm gonna tell you something. That Brian Mendoza.
Yeah.
That Brian Mendoza, that boy can punch, man. That boy, I mean, that boy got power. You know what I'm saying? They better stop sleeping on him, man.
Yeah, he can box.
Yeah, he took out Fundora. He took out your boy, what's his name? He took out a couple of good guys. Let me see, who was that? Yeah, Fundora and I had it written down somewhere. Let me see, I forgot the other dude he beat. But he's a bad boy, man. He can beat Tim Tszyu. You know what I'm saying? He can beat him.
Tim Tszyu is very beatable. Tim Tszyu is very beatable.
Yeah, I don't understand how he beat Carlos Ocampos like that. He stood there and took a picture.
Yeah.
And let him come with that overhand right. And I was just like, man, boxing is, you know, they need to Carlos Ocampos, man. I mean, the way he beat, you know, the way he fought Fundora. You know what I'm saying? And it's like he's a better fighter than he showed against Tim Tszyu. It's like when they come up against Tim Tszyu, it's like they trying to build his name. You know, it's like a script they go by. And I'm like looking at Carlos and say, man, how you don't see that overhand right? He's coming back with the overhand right. So you already know that. So why are you standing there and letting this guy punch you out in the first round? So, I was just like, man, I don't know. It just looked like a lot of setups to me. These guys are not fighting with the skill that I know they possess. If I see you fight for 5 fights and you move your head, and you slick, and you fighting with some boxing IQ, then I see you get in there with a Canelo Alvarez and you can barely commit to a punch. You know what I'm saying? You forget how to fight. You forget you're going back to the ropes and letting this man get off haymakers on you that he's loading up on. Yeah. It's unbelievable to me. It's like, is the moment too big?
Yeah.
What's different? You know what I'm saying? Because I said Jermell Charlo, he has the toughest undisputed run. So I've seen Duran go from 135 up to 147 against great guys. Marvin Hagler didn't give a fuck. Went in there, banged everything. And he coming up on 135. So I'm looking at Jermell Charlo with all the attitude and fighting and losing and getting hit by Rosario up against the ropes, counter punching. He get in there with Canelo, somebody who started off at 147, went straight through the division where he was at. He get in there, he's intimidated.
Yep.
He's intimidated.
But Canelo was cracking him though, boy. Canelo was cracking him. I was like, ooh. But I don't know, but it's just. And then, I was watching the epilogue and I was seeing all those Canelo fans and they were screaming and I was like, man, ain't no way Canelo was gonna lose. It don't matter what would have happened. Ain't no way Canelo was losing that fight.
I told you, Canelo could fall down at 2 times in the fight. You might get a draw. That nigga could fall out the ring into the first row and shit. You know what I'm saying? You might get a damn draw. God damn it! If he could get one of the judges can score the Mayweather fight as a tie. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
You ain't for to beat no damn Canelo because he the face of boxing. They didn't gave it to him. You the face of boxing. So no matter what how he look in the ring, no matter what kind of performance or who he fights or who he ignores, they don't care. You know what I'm saying? He's got the crown. At least the political crown, anyway.
Yeah, he ain't coming to PBC to lose.
They can't upset the apple cart. That's messing up the money. These other. I think your boy Aram says it's more than just being a great fighter. You got to be more than that. You know what I'm saying? You got to sell them tickets. You know what I'm saying? People got to want to come out and see you, and Canelo got that. People want to come out and see. That's why we got to support our fighters more. That's why we got to come out and we got to really buy those pay-per-views for our fighters because it gives them more political clout to be able to, come out to victory in these fights. Because if nobody wants to see Crawford. You know what I'm saying? Unless he's fighting Errol Spence Jr.
Yeah.
Nobody wants to see that dude, man. You know what I'm saying? He's finally doing interviews. He's finally talking shit now. Because now he got somebody he done fought that people, you know what I'm saying, that giving him some kind of clout. When he beat Amir Khan, he wasn't doing no interviews. You know what I'm saying? When he beat David Avanesian, he wasn't doing no interviews.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? Now all you see is Crawford everywhere in them ugly ass shirts. You know what I'm saying? I don't know why Versace is so goddamn popular. Them shits are ugly.
Yes, they are.
Them shits are like, just look like a collage from 8 3-year-olds, painting on a damn shirt. That shit look terrible. That shit look terrible.
Your chest hairs out.
Oh my God, he's black as shit in Versace. That shit look terrible. You know what I'm saying? That shit don't even match. You know what I'm saying? It's like, Jesus Christ, pick you another brand. Find your, I don't know, Fat Farm or something. He needs something, man, to offset that blackness. You know what I'm saying? When he wearing them Versace's, that shit look weird as hell to me.
He look uncomfortable. He ain't used to dressing like that. But I just want to hop on here, Pool, and chop it up with you a bit. It's been a while since I caught you live.
Oh yeah, I've been driving and trying to have change accounts and had a lot of stuff going on in with my business and trying to get that going and so I can't just jump on here like everybody else. You know what I'm saying? I gotta make that. I'm a real worker. You know what I'm saying? Real get out here and get that money. I don't want my old lady to leave.
For real, right?
I'd be over here crying and shit. Oh, it'd be like Lopez, like he like Tio and Shell mode, let it go. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? That's why I ain't been on y'all. You know what I'm saying? Be all jacked up. Hell no. Full count gonna be all right. I get out here and get it.
All right, I'm about to grab something to eat. If you still on when I'm done, I'll hop back on.
All right then.
All right.
Take it easy, 2 Cent. Y'all make sure y'all subscribe to 2 Cent Boxing. Y'all know what it is. And he says Blu-ray. What does it say? Ramen Emily Jones said Blu-ray posted he was working with. There you go. You know what I'm saying? As soon as a report come out and start circulating, then it'll come out that it ain't happening. And then you be like confused. You're like, damn, am I crazy? Did I just see that? You know what I'm saying? It's like, come on now, EJ, you got to, stop bullshitting and get out here and get it, bro. You need to, you got to work hard in boxing, you know what I'm saying, to get at the top. People are always trying to take you down. So for EJ, you are elite and you got to keep yourself up to, to be elite. So you got to do what you got to do. If you got to go in there and you got to work with this crazy trainer that's going to put you through your paces, he's going to make you do 700 push-ups, to start out with. And that's the kind of trainer Blu-ray is. He's like a super green beret type of trainer. He's gonna put you through all the paces to make sure you in 100%. He's gonna overtrain you. You know what I'm saying? And, so it's different philosophies behind that, but he's gonna make sure that you at your best or over your best. And so that's who you should have stuck with. Just like you're sticking with Derek James, you should stick with Blu-ray. You know what I'm saying? Because you got 11 knockouts straight behind being with Blu-ray. So I don't care what it is, bro. If he got you performing at the top level, bro, 50% of yourself is better than these guys. Imagine what 100% of your abilities would be like in the ring. So we could get EJ coming in, the Blu-ray get him right, and he could throw 100 punches around. You know what I'm saying? And he got punch resistance. He's feeling good at the weight. You know what I'm saying? He need to go with Blu-ray. You know what I'm saying? He should have never left him. I don't think he would have went through what he went through if he would have been with Blu-ray. I really believe that. I know a lot of people don't, but I believe that. You know what I'm saying? He said, do you think Charlo's going to be still strong at 154 coming down in weight? Well, that's his natural weight class. I don't think, he fought at 154. I never heard him saying, he said he make the weight easy. And so I think, 154, I don't know about his motivation. He just got another big payday. And, when these fighters, once they get a big payday, you never know how that money's going to affect them. So, he just got a huge big payday from messing with Canelo. We haven't seen Caleb Plant since he got his 12 mil or whatever it was. So when these guys get a pay hike like that, you never know how it's going to affect them, like boy Marvin say, says it's hard to run 10 miles when you're sleeping in silk sheets. And we got to see how that affect Jermell, because he done dominated 154. What else does he has to prove at that weight? Besides trying to go to 160, maybe knock out Carlos Adames or somebody like that, because he need a new challenge now. Because 154, he's done with that. Now, do I want to see him fight Tim Tszyu? Hell yeah, I do. But I don't want to see this Jermell Charlo. I don't want to see this dude that went in. I want to see the old Jermell Charlo. I want to see him get them gold tips back. You know what I'm saying? With that gold hair. That's what I want to see. I want to see that. I don't want to see this Jermell Charlo. I don't want to see this intelligent, thoughtful. I want to see that ignorant one. You know what I'm saying? What you got to do, that Charlo. You know what I'm saying? You need to be quiet, be humble. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? That's the Charlo I want to see fight. I don't want to see this sophisticated dude that subdued and respectful. I want to see the old Charlo. You know what I'm saying? That's the one everybody thought was going to run into a Canelo. And, I was just like, what's going on, man? It's like you playing with your kids during training camp. And I just wasn't, he just didn't sell me on that fight at all. Cause I was worried about it the entire time. I said, he's just too different. And then you got Jermell coming up behind him, who's another killer, but now he looks like a kitten. You know what I'm saying? Now his head space is somewhere else. It's just in a few years, now he ain't even on that elite level anymore. It's like now he's just He's working with Roy Jones Jr., so you know that's a bad omen in itself. You know, Roy Jones, you know, oh my God, you know, it's like, damn, is he gonna get knocked out? You know what I'm saying? It's like, Jesus, he's fishing and shit with Roy Jones Jr. You just don't be crying like Steve Harvey. Hey, you know, we got to handle our business as men, you know what I'm saying? You know, we got to do what we do, you know what I'm saying? But, you know, you got to keep up everything, your lifestyle and all that, you know what I'm saying? So, you know, there ain't no excuses. You know, you got to get out there and get that money. And that's what we do as men. You know, it ain't nothing. You know, go out there, work hard, you know what I'm saying? Hustle, whatever you got to do to get your money up, you know what I'm saying? And you do that, you know, hopefully these women, they won't come out telling me I'm not happy. You know what I'm saying? And dip on you like Tia, like that Tia girl. You know what I'm saying? I hear she done got out of her marriage and shit. He said, pool mods and boxing fans. He said, join this live stream. What's going on? Cop Killer in the building. What's going on, Jermaine Woods? He says, Pool, I think that old Charlo's gone. Said he done made some real money now. He don't care now. That's what I'm saying, Jermaine. It's like, look like these fighters, you know, I'm talking about even Earl Spence Jr. It's like they're not being serious. You know what I'm saying? You know, they're not taking the sport seriously as the fans who support them and buy their pay-per-views. It's like they don't think we don't see the change in the training and the, you know what I'm saying, the hunger. You know what I'm saying? We see all of that, bro, because we following you from fight to fight. And then it's taking longer and longer for these guys to get into the ring. It's like, what's up with that, bro? We waiting on your next fight. Now, I'm not saying that they can't take a break. I'm not saying that they can't, you know, we know what's going on with them. But if it's something going on with you, it need to be known. You know what I'm saying? You say, okay, champ, you know what I'm saying? Take your break, you know, take your easy touch. You don't have to fight killer after killer. You see Canelo don't do that. You know what I'm saying? Canelo, he will fight a John Ryder. He will fight 2 John Ryders. You know what I'm saying? He will fight. Whatever you got to do to win, he going to do it. If he have to snatch you up from 2 weight classes, you see Canelo would do what it takes, you know what I'm saying, to stay on top. Only our fighters can't do that. Our fighters got to fight the best, you know, every time out. You know what I'm saying? Because, you know, we put more pressure on our fighters to be authentic, you know what I'm saying, than these other, you know, groups and stuff. You know what I'm saying? They don't care as long as they fight or win. We want our fighters to win and be the best, you know what I'm saying, without question. You know what I'm saying? That's the kind of pressure the Black community puts on their fighters, you know. So, you know, but it's hard. It's hard to fight like that, you know what I'm saying, 100% of the time. But when you're taking all these layoffs like this, if you're taking 16 months off, shit, you should be in top shape, bro. You know what I'm saying? You should be ready. You should be training. You should be taking care everything, you know, so your injuries, if you got an injured hand, you should be, you know what I'm saying, doing everything you can. Don't wait till you get a fight. You know what I'm saying? Go, you know what I'm saying, go into rehab, do what you got to do, go into training. You know what I'm saying? Stay in shape year round, you know, if you're a fighter, because these are your prime years and it's not going to last long. And now that your boy Jermell has run into this money, it's going to be interesting to see where his career goes from here. You know, if the money's going to do him in, do he feel like he's set, or does he have anything left in the tank? You know, because they're going to be judging him off those performances. They're not going to judge him off the undisputed. They're going to judge him off his last few fights. You know, they're going to say he was like that his entire career. That's how it goes in boxing. They're going to say, oh, he wasn't never shit. Now that he done fought Canelo, they're going to say, look, Canelo wasn't running from anything, even though he did drop the belt at 160 to get away from Jermell Charlo. He didn't even acknowledge Jermell Charlo at 154 when he fought Trout and he fought Laura. He wasn't even trying to fight them guys. So to me, you know what I'm saying, it don't prove anything. You know what I'm saying? All it proves is that Canelo will fight you when you're at a disadvantage. That's all it proves to me. You know what I'm saying? And I think they know that. I think they just want bragging rights no matter what the situation is. You know what I'm saying? So to me, that's despicable. You know what I'm saying? A lot of these fan bases are despicable. They don't care about the fairness of boxing. They don't care about none of it. Even though I did want to see Jermell go in there, even if he was going to get knocked out, I want to see him go out there, you know what I'm saying, just crash out. You know, you ain't got no belt to lose. You know, it's not like Canelo fan base love you or, you know what I'm saying, care about you. So go out there and crash out, bro. Mm-hmm. Go out there, get it in, be ferocious. But that performance that he gave, you lost fans to me. You know, even though, you know, people see what it was, but you lost a lot of fans, you know, doing what you did, you know. And if you're gonna fight these steroid monsters, you know what I'm saying, take every precaution. You know, take every precaution. You know, I just think that it should be an even playing field, and I don't think it's fair that you know what I'm saying, Jermell don't you know what I'm saying, he don't do what he got to do to be more competitive. You know, yeah, I just want him to be consistent. If he goes back to 154, you know, I want him to be just as ferocious as he was before. I want to see him fight Tim Tszyu, and that's going to be a culture war. If he fights Tim Tszyu, that's going to be another culture war. And I don't want to see a weak-ass Jermell Charlo go in there and let us down again. You know what I'm saying? And Tim hit him with an overhand right and knock his ass out in the first round. I'll be so pissed. You know what I'm saying? If something like that happened, and that's what got my mind so discombobulated, because now we don't know if we're getting real fights. You know what I'm saying? You know, he go in there, you know, to lay down so we can have a great white hope, you know what I'm saying, at the beginning, at the top of the championship, you know what I'm saying, you know, league or division. Sorry, y'all, I'm not choking here. So yeah, that's you know, are we gonna get the same old Jermell Charlo, or has he turned the corner? Jamal, I mean, I just have no confidence in him. I don't think he's gonna come out looking better or anything. 2 years off, and you know, all the stuff he done been through. You know, I don't know. It's just, I just don't know what to say about that. You know, I want to see him come back, you know, strong, good, but we don't know. He's going to be fighting Jose Beterbiev, and that's going to be a hard fight for him, because Jose Beterbiev can fight, and Jermell Charlo don't move his feet. You know what I'm saying? And that's going to be a good fight. You know what I'm saying? So for him, a comeback fight after almost 3 years, shit, that's gonna be a hell of a fight for him. You know, and hopefully, you know, I don't know what Roy could teach him besides a left hook. You know, so he can't move like Roy Jones. So I don't know what else Roy never had any good defense when it came to, you know what I'm saying, just fighting straight up. He does a high guard and he walks forward. You know what I'm saying? And that's what he looked like, you know, when he would get knocked out by everybody. So I don't really know what Roy could teach him. You know, he never had good fundamentals. You know, he always just used his athletic ability to beat people. So I'm just kind of scared for that boy. You know what I'm saying? When he get in the ring, I don't know what we're gonna see. What happened to Ronnie Shields? Is Ronnie Shields kind of watching him I don't know, man. I don't know what's happening with that. You know, he says Jermell Charlo had too much respect for Canelo. Jermell Charlo had too much respect for Canelo. I said, I think he got paid extra to fight passive instead of letting his hands go. And see, I thought Jermell, he's got more skills than Canelo. Canelo just uses his power. You know what I'm saying? Now, I mean, he really don't even move his head like that. You know what I'm saying? He don't even move his head or try to slip shit like that. You know what I'm saying? He just come in, you know, kind of ducky. He walked in with his arms down. And I'm just like looking at this like, what am I watching? You know, what am I looking at right now? You know what I'm saying? Is this for real? I mean, does he have that kind of power? I mean, if you look at his entire career, you know what I'm saying? Have you ever seen Canelo just, you know, just bulldoze somebody like that? You know what I'm saying? You know, then you look at him against Bivol. Bivol just went in there and boxed his ass. You know what I'm saying? Wasn't nothing special. You know, just jab, just jabbing the shit out of him. I'm like, Charlo couldn't do that? You know what I'm saying? He couldn't do that. Canelo that strong. The difference is that strong. Even though even though Jermell is the bigger guy. You know what I'm saying? It's just a lot. It's just a lot that I'm just not buying. And I paid $84.99 for that shit. You know what I'm saying? To see him give up. To see him just, get intimidated by steroid laws. And then they act like Canelo ain't using steroids. The man stood up for 12 rounds. The man didn't even sit down. And they really want to act like they don't see that. Like, when does Canelo just stand up for 12 rounds, bro? It's like, this shit is like a joke. One guy gets to use PEDs to, so he don't gas out, and the other guy got to come up 2 weight classes. So it's just too much, man. It's too much. Too much BS going on in boxing right now for it to be real. And then why he's not fighting David Beterbiev? Why he's not fighting those fights? How does he get to ignore everybody where he's undisputed at and in the sanctioning bodies let him keep the belts? How? While everybody else, they go everybody else go for one fight, they want to strip them. You know what I'm saying? They got a hand injury or any kind of injury that the damn sanctioning bodies are ready to strip them. But Canelo can go all over the damn place. You know what I'm saying? And do what he want to do. You know what I'm saying? Everybody else got to get stripped. That Oscar De La Hoya calling for people to be stripped and stuff. And it's like, dude, none of your fighters even really matter. Nobody really want to see Zurdo fight. Shit, I damn near didn't even want to say shit about it. Tell you the truth. You know what I'm saying? Because he got his ass whipped by Bivol, and he had such a bad showing. It's like, Zurdo, you got 40-something fights. People usually retire before they reach the fights he got. Nobody knows who the hell he is but us. So he went out and he boxed the hell out of Joe Smith, another fighter nobody really cares about. You know what I'm saying? Because he done got his ass beat by everybody. Beterbiev, he done got beat by Demetrius Bivol. Now he done got beat by Zurdo. So Joe Smith, so he need to go ahead and, move up or do what he's going to do. But that whole division, people want to see, they want to see, Demetrius Bivol. They want to see Canelo. They want to see that fight again. They want to see that rematch. But Canelo didn't go in that direction. And his fans are like, oh, it's cool. Canelo could do what he want to do. You know what I'm saying? No, he ain't got to rematch Bivol because he's going to take a loss. So it's a good business move to pull up a man from 2 weight classes down, a man that, you should have fought 10 years ago. You know what I'm saying? When you both active and you both in the same, around the same weight class, you know what I'm saying? You should have fought that man 10 years ago. Now you beat him when you have the advantage. Oh, that's cool. That's good. You know what I'm saying? So to me, I'm just kind of tired of the way they running boxing, the way the fans are looking at boxing. You know what I'm saying? And then they bragging on bullshit. You know what I'm saying? It's like, and these guys are selling their names and stuff now, just because Canelo, you can make money with Canelo. Well, we said this years ago that the way Jermell was talking about Canelo, the way he was talking about him. Oh, Canelo is the face of boxing. Canelo is this. And I said, they got too much respect for Canelo, man. They just want that payday. And it seemed like that's what it was. Or they want that respect from their fan base. And I'm telling you, the Mexican fan base, they're not going to like Jermell Charlo. They're not going to like Jermell Charlo. I know they probably got Mexican wives or whatever, but I don't give a damn. You know what I'm saying? They don't care about that, bro. They don't care about that. So they're not going to love you the way they love Canelo. I mean, it's just, I don't know. I don't know why black people want to be accepted. I don't know why they want to be accepted by all these different groups, except for they don't even care about their own damn fans. It's like, we the ones buying the pay-per-views to watch your ass, so it's like, I don't get it. We're never respected. Our money, our dollars are never respected. He said, Spence, Charlo, and some of the others don't have that hunger anymore. I think something going on with that. He said, all they look for is money fights. That's what it looked like when they start talking about generational wealth. You first heard it with Errol Spence Jr., then now you're hearing it with Jermell Charlo, generational. You know, I don't know if something injuries or they just finding out that their bodies are not holding up or something going on, man. Something in the milk ain't clean because now all they talking about is money. Never heard EJ talk about that before. You know what I'm saying? Never heard. It was all about the legacy. It was all about getting the belts. It was all about beating who's ever he's going for belts. We was on that ride with him. So now they're talking about money now. So something happened. Did something happen? You know what I'm saying? That we don't know about behind the scenes? Do they have some kind of debilitating condition or something? You know what I'm saying? Something that's keeping them from, you know what I'm saying, fighting at their best. It's some missing information there because the way they move and all of a sudden, you know what I'm saying, they're talking different. You know what I'm saying? They're moving different. And, you know, this next fight is going to tell it, though. You know what I'm saying? The next fight for Jermell Charlo is going to tell it. And the next fight for Errol Spence Jr. is going to tell it where they at mentally, where they at physically, you know what I'm saying, where they at spiritually. You know, and it's going to affect boxing because these are the fighters that want to, you know, fight everybody. You know, if you're talking about Devin Haney, you know what I'm saying, is he going to fight Regis? That's going to be a big fight. That's going to be a huge fight. You know, it just look like everybody's like just trying to wait. You know what I'm saying? Everybody's like in a holding pattern. You know what I'm saying? T.O. versus Tank. You know, well, who's Tank going to fight next? Pitbull? Or, you know what I'm saying? I just want these guys to get out here and fight the best that they can find. You know what I'm saying? It's like I'm tired of looking at bullshit-ass fights and paying. I pay for all these fights. And my old lady, you know, she's like, you got another fight? Yeah, baby, I got another fight. But if the fight ain't going to be real, then what the hell are we paying for? We fighting motherfuckers go in there to lay down. We're fighting people who are injured before the fight. And we can't get a good fight. What are we paying for, bro? I mean, I don't get it, man. You know what I'm saying? I'm just getting real disenchanted with boxing right now. Something got to break out. Something got to give. What's going on, Andrew Smith? What's happening? Something got to give. And you know, Crawford, you know, so we know he's full of shit. You know, he's trying to ride that Canelo train. And Canelo ain't looking at you like that, bro. He just not, you know. So they can kill all this trying to build a fight between him and Canelo. People are not interested. There's some people believe that Terence Crawford can beat Canelo. Some people really believe that, you know. And, you know, given the tactics that, you know, Crawford used, he probably could. But, you know, we'll just have to fantasize about that because that's not something Canelo is going to do. You know what I'm saying? That is not something that Canelo going to do. Now, if they did, I would be like, really? And who's going to really like put their money on that fight? Because you know goddamn well, you know, they're not going to let Terence Crawford beat no Canelo Alvarez. That's not happening. They're not going to allow that to happen. Canelo got too much network money, got too much power. Really, he has too much power in boxing. That's just too much, bro. One man, he'll never get stripped. He'll never be held to the same standards that everybody else got to follow. And I don't care what his fans say, they know it's true. He says, Cop Killer says, I think PBC is done with Errol and Charlo. Now they want to replace them with Bud and Charlo. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe, you know what I'm saying? Because they are at the end of their careers. You know, it's not like they got a lot of fights left in them. You know what I'm saying? Not like they got a lot of fights left. You know, Errol Spence Jr. is 33. You know, Crawford is 36. He'll be 35, 36. I think he'll be 36 this year. So he don't have a lot of fights left. So, you know, I don't know why the hell they would be replacing them with them. You know what I'm saying? With, you know, trying to replace him with Bud or whatever. He don't have a lot of shit left in him. You know what I'm saying? It's like, how many fights can you get out of Bud right now? You know what I'm saying? He said, you know, it was about money when Spence team wanted him to move on from the Crawford fight when he gave up everything. Well, that was EJ's fault. That's the fault he made. He was in charge, and he just made a bad move. If he knew he wasn't going to be at his best shape, that's why I'm pissed with EJ. You know what I'm saying? Because he knew what kind of condition he was in. He knew it. But maybe it was just about the money, man. Like you say, Jermaine, maybe it was just about the money. He knew what kind of shape he was in. He knew he wasn't ready to fight that fight. He says Canelo would break Crawford because he's bigger, stronger than Bud, and he is on the juice. I think so too. Because if you go into the ring and a man could throw haymakers and just hit you to the body, bro, and just by hitting you to the body with a couple of punches, intimidate you and break you down, bro. Come on. I'm like looking at Jermell. Jermell got a solid foundation. You know what I'm saying? To box, to move. You know what I'm saying? He got skills. So Canelo coming in there just hitting this man to the body, you know what I'm saying, on the way out, breaking out to the side, slipping to the side, and he just hitting him to the body every now and then. Come and jab him in the face at the beginning of every round. I just can't believe that. I can't believe Jermell boxing IQ is just that low. I've seen his fights. You know what I'm saying? I've seen people put pressure on him, But this dude, he's coming through knowing that he's stronger, knowing that you can't hurt him, knowing that, he's got that dope, that PED juice in him. You know what I'm saying? You're not going to win, bro, because he just know that you can't do shit with that. It don't matter what your skills are. You know what I'm saying? Especially you coming up from, 154. You know what I'm saying? So he just used that. That's why he took the fight. You know what I'm saying? That's why he took the fight, because they're not on the same level. They're not on the same, level and stuff. So that's, Canelo don't ever accept a fight unless he knows he's going to win. So he says, Andre Smith says, every EJ loss, now everybody's leaving or going out of business. He said, we will see. Oh, he says, business cap. He said, we will see at 154. I don't know. I don't know. It just depends on what EJ we're going to get. Are we going to get the old? Yeah, if he with Blu-ray, we're going to see a competitive Errol Spence Jr. If he's with Blu-ray, then we know he's taking it seriously, because I thought he was taking it seriously before. You know what I'm saying? That's why the hype was so big, because we just figured this man has been out the ring, so we know he's been trained in his ass off. And that wasn't the case, because he got hurt in camp and nobody knew about it. So, that's the letdown of it. He was hurt in camp and he still had to push the fight, though. That's why he was looking the way he was looking, because he knew he couldn't win it, in that kind of condition. And I just, it was just bad. This is bad all the way around, bro. You know what I'm saying? Hopefully for the second fight, he'll correct that. He said, Jermaine Woods says he made the money the first time, but he thinks he's going to get another big payday in a rematch, but it won't. He said a lot of fans have already said they still in rematches. They still in yeah. I feel like I've been conned, because I buy all the fights, y'all, except for them damn zone fights. I didn't fight that. I didn't buy that Zurdo shit this weekend, or that Leigh Wood shit. I didn't buy none of that. You know what I'm saying? I wasn't with it. He says, what you say, Jay? Jay said, I just hope this new generation will go on with this. Hey, man, it's going to kill the sport, because nobody's going to spend $80, $85, you know what I'm saying, to watch an act in the ring. Nobody's going to spend all their hard-earned money just to watch these guys do a high-paid sparring match. He says Canelo did not. That's what I said, Andre Smith. I said that. So I said, man, when have we ever seen Canelo just stand up for 12 rounds? This man stood up for 12 whole rounds, bro. I'm like, come on, man. Come on. And the Canelo fans are just like, Canelo is just awesome like that. He just turned back the hands of time. No, what he did was he turned up the juice. He turned up the juice. This man, when he was 20-something years old, he gassed out after throwing about 4 or 5 punches. So you mean tell me he done got older and the stamina done got better? You know what I'm saying? Now that he's 33 and older? I mean, we just saw it with John Ryder. Are you serious? Oh, it's because his hand injury is now why he can stand up for 12 rounds. Now his hand injury done got better, so now he can stand up between rounds and shit without sitting down. Are you serious, bro? I mean, he said EJ haven't said nothing since he lost. No, because he's trying to gather up, his confidence again, man. Once you've been knocked out, well, he wasn't knocked out cold, which is good because we all know that if you get knocked out cold, bro, it's hard to come back from that. But he just got TKO'd, so it's different. You know what I'm saying? And when you know that you wasn't, you know that your physical abilities, what you have your legs, and it's coming out now that EJ had a bad camp and wasn't able to spar for a few weeks, so it kind of makes sense, but he had to go through with the fight. It's just unfortunate that this happened against Terence Crawford, one of the pettiest ass dudes we ever seen in boxing. And he ain't the petty. I've seen some other things, you know what I'm saying? But this dude, for us to be us and going through this, you know what I'm saying? We saw Ali and Frazier and, so we saw that back and forth. But, EJ, he just got to come correct, man. He got to witness him. This is his legacy. It's his world. I'm not even sure if is it going to be at 147 or is it going to be at 154 or is it going to be at a catch weight? I'm still trying to wait to see. I know Crawford was talking about 147, but no matter where the fight takes place, Errol Spence Jr. he's going to have to make sure he comes in there healthy. That's the only way he's going to win, bro. To me, it's almost back to square one because EJ wasn't 100%. All Bud Crawford fan base is trying to make this about style matchup, trying to make it about this and make it about that, but you can see that man wasn't 100%. All the fighters even saying the man looked dead up in there. So that should tell you a lot. That should tell you a lot about what's going on, man. So, if I was Errol Spence Jr., I wouldn't say shit either. Not in this toxic climate. That's probably why he didn't go to the Jermell Charlo fight. Because, he didn't want people, making fun and talking shit about how he got his ass whipped and all this stuff. And, he probably just didn't want to deal with none of it. He's chilling with that little pretty chick he got with his kids, and they say he's back in training. So hopefully he's spending all his time preparing, for the next fight. And I'm just hoping that AJ and Ryan Garcia don't get in the way, because he got to train them too. Derek James got to put time in and train those guys too. So it looked like that's the problem for me. Derek at first when it started it was just Derek James and it was just EJ and what's his name, Jermell Charlo, right? It was just them two. Now he got all these other guys he got to fit in. Is that going to affect, EJ and, what he needs to do to win this rematch? I don't know. Because that Cop Killer says Bud was juiced up and Errol was drained and weak, but Bud still couldn't knock him out. Not no KO, TKO. But that's how Crawford gets his victories anyway. He never was a knockout artist. I think he knocked out your boy David A. Avanesian. He knocked him out, but I think he was trying to test what he was taking. I think he was trying to test because you could see the way he fought. He was trying to see what kind of power he had, from training on that stuff. And that's why he took that fight. And I think EJ should have took the Keith Thurman fight. If he was going to sit out for a year. See, all that was planned to stretch the time so EJ would go without a tune-up. EJ being arrogant and not taking a tune-up. See, all that played into it too. So he should have fought Keith Thurman, got him a damn tune-up. That way he could get his sharpness back. He could, he could stay sharp. But we didn't know he had a rib injury. We didn't know that he had a bad camp. I don't think it was his flaws. I think he was still hurt, bro. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, people keep trying to make it about the matchup, but EJ wasn't himself. You know what I'm saying? If you got a rib injury and you're going into a fight, you got a rib injury. That ain't got nothing to do with styles. You're not hearing what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying? It's coming out that this man was fucked up during sparring. and he went through with the fight. That ain't got nothing to do with how good Crawford is. You know what I'm saying? So it's a lot coming out about his camp, bro. It ain't got nothing to do with Crawford being faster or anything like that. If you fucked up before you get to the fight, and you got to take painkillers to keep the pain of your ribs down, that ain't got nothing to do with your skill set. You can't beat somebody if you ain't 30% of yourself. You see what I'm saying? So Blu-ray can help you be 100% of yourself. If you go out there and you train and you got access to all your abilities, bro, it's different. If you sick on fight night, it's on you. It's not Crawford's fault, but you still sick on fight night. You got bruised ribs, or like David Beterbiev, he was shot in the leg, right? I mean, Jose Beterbiev, he was shot in the leg, right? And his leg went out on him. You see what I'm saying? So he can't use all his abilities in that ring. Jose Beterbiev was way better than he was that night. But he had a shot leg. He was recovering from a shot leg. Being shot in the leg. He was recovering. So, it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? But in this fight, if we can get Errol Spence Jr. recuperated, healed ribs and all, it'll be a better fight. We'll get a different EJ, So, people want to make it about, EJ just got less skills and all this here, you know what I'm saying? But we got to see 100% EJ in the ring against 100% Crawford. He said, Son of Peter says EJ had more than a rib injury. He said, I didn't see him grab his ribs. I saw him get knocked down by a jab. Yeah, he said his legs were weak. And, every time you get down to 147, that's how you know it's time to move up. You saw what he looked like before the fight. I mean, you saw his eyes. You saw he wasn't there. You know what I'm saying? He just, he lost the weight. He said something about how he lost the weight too. It was almost like it was a fat camp that he had to use the sauna suit. You know what I'm saying? Even though they was telling us that he used nutritionists, he was still doing these extreme shit. Blu-ray ain't going to allow him to lose weight like that. That's probably why he didn't use Blu-ray, because he's going to make him do it the right way. That's why he probably went with these other camps and stuff, because he could do what he want to do. He was talking about these extreme measures he do to get down to 147, and it's killing him. It's killing his performance in the ring. You know what I'm saying? So, all these people keep trying to make it about the style. It's about what's going on outside the ring, not what's going on inside the ring that's killing EJ. You can believe what you want to believe, you know what I'm saying? But I just know, so if you're not 100% of yourself and you fighting the best guy you ever fought, you're going to lose. That's all it is to it. You can't go against, Mike Tyson, you know what I'm saying, and you're not feeling good, or you're not 100% of yourself. You could get knocked out. You know what I'm saying? That's what happened to EJ. He went in there half-mast, and guess what? He fighting the best dude he ever fought. You got to be at your best to beat the best, But for the people who are waiting for the fight in the build-up, all they care about is who win. I'm not like that. I want to see guys fight at their best when they're at their best. You know what I'm saying? That's what I want to see. All that other shit, I don't care. Fighters can fight 5 times as long as they're at their best. Then we can see who's the best at that outcome. Now you could say Crawford is just more skilled and faster and all this shit, but EJ was on his last leg, bro. Before he even fought Crawford. It's they couldn't say nothing because that would be an excuse. But if that's real, what's going on with the man had a bad camp and wasn't able to spar, what does that tell you? You know what I'm saying? Oh, Crawford is just better. You know what I'm saying? It's like, y'all, you can believe that if you want to. He says, facts pool. He says, Ivan Stevenson fight was a test run. Yeah, for the designer steroid. Exactly. You know what I'm saying? And they was pulling out the time because they knew it was hard for EJ to keep at that weight. You know what I'm saying? It was hard, to keep him down there at that weight. So, it's a lot going on behind, what I'm saying, with how Bud maneuvered during that fight. So instead of just fighting the man when he's active, you know what I'm saying, after the Ugas fight, they could have fought right after the Ugas fight. But say they want to stretch. He wanted first. He wanted to make sure he got that shit in his system. Then he wanted to stretch out and keep EJ down at 147 around the weight. You know what I'm saying? So either, they probably had reports where he was probably walking around at 170, and you got to drop all them pounds for the fight, and that's going to weaken you. You know what I'm saying? So it's all strategic, just like Sugar Ray Leonard, when he called for the rematch for Duran. He had heard that Duran was 200 and something plus pounds, and he instantly called for the rematch. You know what I'm saying? Because he knew he was going to have to squeeze back down to 147. And Duran was out of shape in the second fight. You know what I'm saying? And Sugar Ray Leonard just ran circles around him, right, till he quit. So, don't tell me that it's about styles and all that shit. It's about, saying these guys planning, watching, and taking advantage of the situation. That's all it is, just for the money. Yeah, EJ should have just said, hey, man, I'm not prepared. You know what I'm saying? They would have said all kind of shit about it. But, hey, I'm not fighting this man unless I'm 100%. That's what he should have did. He said, I'm not fighting him unless I'm 100%. We all know Canelo, he would postpone the fight until he got all his little ducks in a row. He would postpone the fight. He don't give a damn. Virgil Ortiz, they would postpone a fight until they're ready. And EJ should have did the same thing, even though he would have took a lot of criticism, even from me. He said if Crawford is truly on drugs, he said if Crawford is truly on drugs, he would still beat Spence. He said Crawford strike me as a dude that will do anything to ensure a win. The gloves should have raised major red flags. I think so too, and we saw it. But the thing that's really getting me is that they never hit it. It's like you see, everybody's like, why is he squeezing on that man's glove like that? Why is they manipulating his glove like that? I'm like, he was like grabbing his glove, and the corner guy was squeezing the shit out of his glove. I'm like, what is he doing? What is he doing? You know what I'm saying? So there's some crooked things going on. What's going on? 215 Philly? What's happening? He was squeezing the gloves, and it's not like in the glove were opening up vertically, and people acting like they don't see that. Oh, it's just Bud Crawford's skill. He's hitting that man with his knuckles, hitting him with elbows. You know what I'm saying? When is this part of boxing? When has that become part of boxing? Cheating, you know what I'm saying? Using dirty tactics, you know what I'm saying, like that. When has this become part of championship boxing? You know what I'm saying? So I'm just hoping EJ get it together. It feels like evil has won today. It feels like evil has won today. You know what I'm saying? When you see stuff like this go down, when you see Tyson Fury beat Deontay Wilder on the way in the fashion he did with funny gloves and going over to England and getting all his PED kit together. When he was in America, he avoided Deontay Wilder. He avoided the rematch. His daddy was crying all over the place. Oh, they're gonna cheat. They're gonna cheat my son. He needs to come back home. He needs to come back home. As soon as he wasn't saying shit during that time, Tyson Fury, but as soon as he got home, oh, I'm gonna beat Wilder. I'm gonna put him in the dirt. All this other stuff. I'm just like, yep. I say they don't let him get a hold of his stuff. You know what I'm saying? Because when he was in America, he was mighty humble. Him and the little sugar booty dude, Sugar Hill guy, him. When he was over here, you know what I'm saying? It's like them boys was partying, you know what I'm saying, doing what they weren't talking about fighting Wilder. They were talking about moving on to the next person. But as soon as he got back home to England, oh, it was on and popping. You know what I'm saying? So we got to get the PEDs out of the sport. If we get the PEDs out of the sport, we ain't going to see these fights. If we get the PEDs out of the sport, we're not going to see these fights because they know they can't fight these guys straight up naturally. And Terence Crawford being one of them, you see he don't fight a lot of top elite guys. when he came out there with them fishnet shorts on, I said, this dude is on that PEDs, bro. He came out with that kind of confidence. I said, but to have the kind of character to go through with something like that, that just really makes me dislike him. You know what I'm saying? And then to stick your chest out like you did something. That really gets on my nerves, bro. It's like, and then you're going to destroy, just like Margarito, when he destroyed Cotto, he changed the trajectory of that man's career with that crap. He changed it. They're killing the boxing real legacy. You know, Canelo with his stuff, they're killing the real legacy of boxing. They're not real champions. They're cheaters that haven't been caught yet. You know what I'm saying? They're cheaters who haven't been caught yet. He said he shouldn't just postpone the fight. And here, that's what I say, Jermaine. I think he shouldn't have subjected himself to this kind of thing. I mean, the money's huge. Yeah, you got the money, but look at where your legacy at. You know what I'm saying? Look where your legacy. You know what I'm saying? You lost your belts. You know what I'm saying? You lost your confidence. You know what I'm saying? You went out there and let a steroid monster beat you. You know what I'm saying? Playing to get by you and trick you. You know what I'm saying? It's like, bro, you know, you live and you learn, you know? He said, that's that UK. Yeah, he went back to UK and, you know, went and juiced up and got all his gloves together. You know, that one guy that was in his camp talking about how they pumped up his confidence by giving him those loaded gloves. Even in training, he'd be cheating. Tyson Fury, he'd be getting his ass beat in training and stuff. You know what I'm saying? But when it counts on the line, he makes sure he cheats to the maximum. You know what I'm saying? He says, Jermaine, if Bud had the skill to pay the bills, then why he needed Victor Conte snatch to beat a basic EJ? You know why? Because it's bullshit. You know what I'm saying? Black people, you know what I'm saying? One thing about it, you can talk all the crap you want, but, you know, we see how you move. You know what I'm saying? We see how you're moving. I mean, right now, you're not trying to fight Boots. But if he fight Boots, guess what? He going to prepare for Boots. Boots better watch out. If you fight Canelo, or you fight Boots, you better watch out. They're not going to fight you unless it's on their timeline, because you know why? Because they got to they got to go through the phase, you know what I'm saying, of the juice, you know, so there's a procedure, you know what I'm saying, that they got to get through. And so they can't operate on your schedule. So they're not going to agree on your timeline. You know, you got to cycle off that shit and get it out your system. You know what I'm saying? So, they're not going to fight on your, that's why Crawford walked away from negotiations. You know what I'm saying? You gotta time that stuff. That's why Canelo he fights on his time. He don't fight on your time. You know, because he got to cycle off that crap. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, it just makes sense. You know, he walked out of negotiation, and you thinking he walked out of negotiation because he wanted to see what was happening with that stuff. He wanted to see if it was real. Who walks out of a big fight negotiation to go fight a scrub? You know what I'm saying? And so he tested it. And so he saw what it was. And he said, okay, I'm ready for you now. I'm ready for EJ now. So for anybody who can't see that, I'm sorry for you, but that's what it was. You know what I'm saying? Victor Conte, I think EJ need to get with Snack. You know what I'm saying? And then they have a, you know what I'm saying, a Super Dragon Ball fight. You know what I'm saying? I think they need to, you know what I'm saying, so he could transform too. You know what I'm saying? He needs to get some of that Snack action so he could transform. Then we'll see a real adjustment fight. See a real fight of adjustments. You know what I'm saying? Two dudes that's on that juice. You know. But yeah, that's pretty much, you know what I'm saying, all I got, man. You know what I'm saying? I'm you know what I'm saying, probably if I don't, damn, I gotta work tomorrow. But you know, we'll see if we get another big fight in. You know what I'm saying? We'll chop it up on that right now, man. I'm for the, you know what I'm saying, go see if I can go get something to eat. And shit, we'll chop it up another time. I think 4 hours is a pretty good cook. You know what I'm saying? So, you know what I'm saying? I'd like to thank everybody for coming through. You know what I'm saying? And checking out the channel. You know what I'm saying? We'll be back. You know what I'm saying? I don't know when, I got to work this week. And if we get a big fight, of course, you know what I'm saying, we'll chop it up. Somebody just hit me up on my back feed. You know what I'm saying? Y'all know how to contact me on Instagram or whatever, you know what I'm saying? And let me know, you know, say if y'all want to, you know, chop it up or something, you know. I'm exhausted right now, but I'll see you guys in the next one, man. We're going to see you guys, you know. I can't say when. That's why I just started a new account, y'all. I said, shit, I'm working 5 days now. But thanks for coming through, man. We'll see you guys in the next one, man. Peace out, y'all.